trivia and I realized I didn't have much food in the house. And then Rob Miyashiro texted me a picture of this beautiful roasted cauliflower he's done, just to rub it in that all I had was a raw carrot and a piece of bread.
Sorry, Jeff.
That's all right. It looked delicious.
It tasted different than cutting them up for some reason. Same recipe for the sauce, but cooking
Yeah.
it the way that you do in a pot like that instead of on a cookie sheet. I don't know. It just tasted different. It was good though.
Yeah. It's one of our go-to meals.
Except I use real
Probably
cheese and butter.
I use the fake stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
It is
Sorry about
it
that.
is gorgeous outside today.
Is it?
Yeah. I just got back from walking the dog and it's beautiful.
Motion
you-
to adjourn?
You guys didn't have I think I hear Belinda. You guys didn't have a caucus meeting and kick me out yet, did you?
There's guys of 20 to 20 this weekend.
Uh-oh. I think your internet's going again.
No, I think Belinda's drinking wine.
Oh, God.
Already? I usually wait till like noon.
It's always
Beautiful
noon
weather
somewhere.
out there. It's beautiful
Hello,
weather out there.
Glenn.
It's a motion to adjourn. Then I just heard of the nice weather.
I'm in.
I'm with you.
Hi,
You
that's
can-
motion to adjourn.
Good morning.
Morning.
It is 9:30, and we have some work to do. So if we can begin with a roll call.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Higgin.
Present.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Good morning.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Present.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Present.
All present except for Councillor Morrow.
Good. Well, welcome to the Economic Standing Policy Committee, Day 5. And as what I can see, we're going to start with a proposed resolution from Councillor Kaufman. So if that can come onto the screen. Okay. Whereas master plans provide direction to the organization and to our community, and whereas the city manager ought to coordinate master plans across the organization, therefore be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that council direct the city manager to establish the terms, conditions, and funding model of a master plan reserve. And further be it resolved that City Council approve the terms, conditions, and funding model of a master plan reserve. And further be it resolved that to meet immediate requests, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council transfer $3 million from the Fleet Reserve to the Master Plan Reserve. Councillor Kaufman, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Miyashiro. Okay, Councillor Kaufman, would you like to introduce the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is something that I know a lot of us on council have actually had a conversation about over the years. And again, as we get into a budget process and master plans come up, we are reminded that this is something that we should be considering.
Is now joining.
We good?
I think so. I think somebody went out and came back into the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Master plans are absolutely necessary. They're incredibly important. And in my opinion, they're actually a little more important than just being put in the CIP every 4 years. I recognize they require funding, but it does need to be a much more strategic consideration as opposed to just being left up to council to hopefully approve them to move forward with future planning of the organization. So this is about actually establishing a process, an internal process about providing the oversight on the master plan process, providing that authority to the city manager, establishing a funding model for it, and in some senses permitting the organization to continue in an ongoing manner with the planning process. And I'll leave it there, but certainly entertain questions.
Okay, there are councillors in the queue. Are they questions? Councillor Carlson?
I had some questions. Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman, for bringing this forward. It's something several of us have chatted about on and off over the years, so I agree. Just a question on how this would be implemented this go round. I see it's said to take money from the Fleet Reserve to fund this, but my question is on the mechanics or the nuts and bolts. Which of the master plan, we've already approved some master plans to be fully funded. I think there's at least one or two more coming up in this, but some of the planning work that's going on are not master plans, they're functional studies, et cetera, et cetera. Is this just for master plans?
Thank you. Do you want it to be? That's where I'm at here, because when I was looking at the 3 million, that was actually in consideration of some of the functional studies that were included in there as well, predominantly looking at the planning section. So anywhere where it said master plan, obviously that would be in. I think ultimately, or perhaps as a starting point, it'd be something that's an actual master plan. But that's just me. I'm proposing that we look at codifying this process a little differently, and ultimately would come back to council for approval. So I would leave it to the discretion of the city manager in terms of how he would want to lay it out, what plans would be in and which ones wouldn't. I think any functional study or any of the redevelopment projects that are in front of us, those are more values. Those are council's wheelhouse. Whereas the master planning is about going out and acquiring the data, acquiring the information, putting together potential strategies. So to answer your question, no idea. I'm incredibly open to whatever you want to suggest.
Okay, thank you for that. And further to that, is this for corporate master planning? Because there are some things that we do control that are embedded in the city, so to speak, the city writ small with as the corporation. But there are others, and I don't know how the police would fit into that. They're sort of that arm's length, but also internal body. But something like library is probably similar in that respect. But something like the Nikiyuko Gardens, which are outside of the corporation but are coming to council at this juncture to ask, because I know the city manager doesn't spend a lot of his time dealing with those community groups. He's focused on the corporation. And so I'm wondering about those. Are those outside? Are those still in council's purview to say, yes,
Is now exiting.
This group has come forward? Is that, I'm just wondering how you're contemplating.
My concept is big O organization, big C city, master plans. Something like the library, something like the police, those actually fall under their specific jurisdiction. Police master plan is part of the envelope for, or should be part of the envelope for the commission. One person's assessment. I'm certainly open to other options or suggestions there. Master plans that are outside the organization, so coming in from other agencies are looking for funding, I think that's a different process. I'm talking about the predominantly the corporate master plans, the plans that we are initiating, the plans that staff are needing to update or initiate, renew, whatever the case.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
if I could comment and add to that in response to Councillor Carlson's questions. Administration will be coming to the governance SPC on the 27th of this month to present for an initial conversation something we're calling a hierarchy of plans, which aims to get at a number of the questions Councillor Carlson just raised. Beginning with what is the hierarchy of plans that currently exist that guide the operations of the city or guide some of the work, some of the other than operations work, the change agenda. And we believe we actually have to start with what is the definition of a master plan? What is the role of a master plan? Where do master plans fit in these hierarchy of plans? Which master plans are council documents? Are there master plans that are corporate documents? But we really think we need to bring some coherence to this space, understand what purpose they are to serve, and then how do we manage this hierarchy of plans? And so I think we'll get at in that work a lot of the questions that Councillor Carlson has raised, and notwithstanding the financial question, where do these come from? I would just say that I think based on the work and thinking we've been doing, that this is a really welcome initiative. And again, I'm sure the city treasurer will have some thoughts on how to fund these. But I think there's a clear need for us to bring some coherency to this master plan space and really understand, again, what's their purpose, what are they there to achieve. And so we look forward to starting that conversation and enabling it with the work that we've done on the 27th. But again, I think this would be a really welcome initiative. And from my perspective, master plans don't necessarily fit to me in a capital process. And so I think this, from an administration perspective, this makes good sense.
Thank you for that follow-up, Mr. Dalton. Was that May 27th?
That's correct, yes.
It's in my diary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, the mover, for bringing this forward. I had similar questions to as Councillor Carlson has asked, and I was going to ask the city manager to actually pipe in and speak to them. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, for doing that. One other question that I do have is, we're talking about these master plan and this $3 million. To the mover, would you be, I guess it all depends on how these plans go, and I know that you're very open, but I look at some of these. For example, the libraries for $320,000. Is this part of the $3 million, or the $3 million is to develop the strategy? Oh, you're muted.
That's when I say my most brilliant things. There's nobody here to object. Thank you, Councillor Higgin. No, if you read the last operative clause there that's on the screen, it's to meet immediate requests. So again, as I mentioned to Councillor Carlson, there's a whole bunch of things under the planning section. And I wasn't sure which ones would encapsulate a master plan. The ones that say master plan obviously would fall into that. This was about money to address immediate need. The $3 million is a number. It could be $1 million, it could be $246, it can be whatever this group decides we want to set forward. But it was actually about meeting the current requests. I think we've got 4 master plans in this particular section, and I can't recall what the dollar figure is, but it could actually be amended to be just that. This is about, we've got a fleet reserve, which is sitting in a somewhat comfortable position at the moment. We've got a place from where we can draw funds. Again, if we want to go from some other source, that's fine as well. It's about meeting the immediate requests that are in front of us. It's not about, okay, let's run away and let's go off and do this strategy and ignore the requests that are in front of us. That's the purpose of this last operative clause.
Thank you. So the $3 million, from what I'm understanding, then would be up to a maximum of this to look through. And so, and we don't really know what fits in there as of yet as far as these master plans, or as you'd indicated, what could fit into this plan. I'm just wondering if there's, well, that would take some time, I'd imagine, for our administration to come back with what could fit into that. And I'm just, I guess, let me direct this to Mr. Dalton. Is this
Please.
something that the information that you could have for the 27th then, as far as you know, what dollar figure could fit in to make this happen? Is it, or are you just going to talk about the plans in general, or would you actually have some financial numbers at that time?
We might be able to give council a sense by looking at historical data. What we hope to bring in the 27th is this hierarchy of plans that will speak to at least start a conversation about specifically which master plans does the city want to hold, what process do we want to follow to develop those, and at what frequency or how often do we plan to review these plans. So ideally, we'd get to the point where council would agree and say that these are the 10 master plans that we as a council would like to have in existence to guide city decision making and guide operations. And this is the frequency with which we would see them updated. So we'd actually have a schedule. So we would be able to, at some point even, make this potentially part of the operating budget process. So we'd know that whether that's the transportation safety master plan, that we need that in existence, and two, that we would update that every 5 years, every 8 years, every 10 years. So we want to get to the point where we're very deliberate about that, and that schedule is very clear and approved by council, and then funds can be allocated in a much more deliberate, informed way. We will not be there for the 27th, but we'll have a pretty good straw dog to put in front of council. I think this, again, whether the council supports this or not, whether the council supports the amount or not, I think in the interim, having funding identified to move forward with master plans that there's an identified need for is a good idea as well.
Okay, thank you. Because I just, you know, as we're going through this week and seeing some of these different other plans that, or could be potential plans, I've just, listening to what you said, Mr. City Manager, and with this resolution here on the table, you know, for cities' decision making going into the future and to actually have a plan, I can't emphasize enough how we've kind of got the cart before the horse here, but how do I leave that as a question? I won't leave it as a question, just as a follow-up comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, can I, as the mover, Mayor Spearman, can I just ask Councillor Higgin to explain how are you seeing cart before horse in terms of, is it this motion or is it in terms of planning?
No, it's the planning, and let me tell you. So over this past week, I'll just kind of Reader's Digest version this. I think planning is extremely important. We've heard about this. We all know that, and the city manager has indicated the importance of planning. We're pushing through the CIP. I'm seeing things throughout the process that it looks like we don't have the plans in place. We're kind of just earmarking things, and so there's, I guess, a sense of frustration for me personally, anyways, that we're approving a lot of this stuff, but we don't really know if could be a better plan. And so I guess hopefully that kind of explains my frustrations, Councillor Kaufman.
Any response, Councillor Kaufman?
No, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my question is to the City Treasurer, Ms. Pinkston. How much is in the Fleet Reserve?
Mayor Spearman, there's currently approximately $19.8 million in the Fleet Reserve.
19.8, so this would be not quite a sixth of that to transfer out. How often do we access the Fleet Reserve, and what's the annual draw?
The current commitment on the Fleet Reserve is $12 million. And I know that this is one of the areas that in the KPMG operational review is to be reviewed in terms of the Fleet Reserve process, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on what the exact wording in the KPMG recommendation was, but perhaps and this is just a recommendation, obviously this is up to council's decision or economics decision, but it might, just for consistency's sake, be more reasonable to take it from the MRSR with the opportunity for the fleet reserve to be reviewed, and then once the fleet reserve is reviewed, if it is determined that there's a excess amount included in that reserve, then it could be transferred to the MRSR, just as a way of tracking kind of those decisions that council makes. That would just be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I guess what I'm concerned about is once we do a master plan, and I guess this is to the mover, it sort of puts council under the gun to approve whatever the recommendations are. I know planning's important. How do we move away from being put in a position to approve a lot more than what a business case might suggest? So the master plan might just say here's the best possible outcome, but you can't always fund the best possible outcome. You have to choose amongst priorities, right? So how do we guard against that? Is that in the terms and conditions that we ensure that a valid business case is one of the key components of a master plan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. City manager's here, and he's going to respond. I think what you're talking about is what we might finally refer to as the weaponization of a master plan. We made this decision in 2006 in a master plan, and so we're going to continue ahead in 2021. And I know Mr. Dalton has some thoughts on that. Mr. Dalton.
Thanks, Councillor Kaufman. Mayor Spearman, I think that goes to some of the work we're trying to do to develop this hierarchy of plans and define what the role of master plans actually are. So it would need to be defined in the scope. And I think that's one of the reasons we recognize we need to do this work, was to come again to a common understanding of what is the aim of that document. It's not to weaponize a document. It's not to back council into a corner. It's really about providing, as was mentioned earlier, evidence and information in a particular area to help inform council deliberations and decision making. But I think key to this, and one of the things that we'll bring forward on the 27th, is these master plans, this hierarchy of plans, needs to rest with council. So at the very outset, one of the things that we'll share on the 27th is at the very outset of a master planning process, we wouldn't be seeking, first off, council would have to approve this hierarchy of plans and say, yes, we think it's important for the city to have master plans in the following areas. But when those individual master plans are developed, council needs to be engaged from the outset and directly engaged in answering the question, what is the aim of this master plan? What is this master plan to deliver? So it's not to deliver a list of 10 things that council should fund. It'll be very specific around the questions council wants answered, and that again relates back to the role of master plans. So I'm confident we can address that concern by actually taking a systemic approach to master plans, hierarchy of plans, and what's their role.
Thank you. And those master plans could also provide a range of options, right? So we may not always be funding the gold standard, so to speak. Here's 3 options that council could consider in order to achieve a given result or something. Okay, thank you. I have additional questions, but I know there's other councillors in the queue. So Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And again, thank you, Councillor Kaufman, because I'm enjoying this discussion. I guess I'm more concerned in the immediate about how this will impact the process that we're in the middle of. We've already approved some plans. We can always revisit, obviously. I'm just wondering how you envision if we adopt this this resolution or this motion, this idea, how will it affect this cycle, the meeting we're in right now? That's my only.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair Carlson. And I'd have to, if you'll permit me to turn my camera off and split screen here. Is my app? No, my app closed on me. Okay, so if I can get here fast or get back in fast.
I'll talk for a minute if you want a second to find
it. That's okay. I'll stumble through this. My thought is that the plans that we have currently, theoretically we're dealing with today, we would actually, and I don't know what the appropriate process would be, but we would actually send them to this process as well. Because they are all they're all obviously in 2022 or beyond. Give me a second here, start a plans, there we go. So for example, scrolling. So the Lethbridge Police Service Master Plan, not that one. Which are we looking at here? These are all, obviously, they're all slated for 2022. So Parks Master Plan, for example, slated for 2022. Just get them into the process. In the manner the city manager is going to come back and recommend or provide, and then they'd be moved into that mechanism or that process instead of us dealing with them here as sort of one-offs. Do we agree or do we not agree based on funding available to us, type of thing. It's more of a considered process as opposed to, I like the Nikiyuko Japanese Garden, so I'll support their master plan. Or, we're out of money because we've spent it elsewhere, so we can't do this. The planning process needs to be a more holistic, a more integrated, a more higher level thinking process as opposed to just plugging in a bunch of master plans. So for me, it's about doing this motion first. If it's approved, I could see us postponing, tabling, reassigning the plans that are at least on the table back to this process to be examined and then rolled out at a later date. But it's 9:56 and I'm incredibly optimistic and open at the moment, enjoying my third cup of coffee. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So whatever you want to suggest, I am open.
Okay. I guess I was just wondering, so we've spent quite a lot of time talking about some of the plans we've already approved funding for. We haven't approved the plans, obviously. We've approved the funding. So I was wondering if this, because I think, and Ms. Pinkston can correct me on my numbers, I'm going from a conversation I had 2 weeks ago with the treasurer and city manager that there was something like $4.3 million in asks for planning. I think some of that was coming from other sources, so it might be smaller. I think we already approved $2 million, 2-point-some million dollars in planning dollars, and we have about 1.7 left, something like that. My numbers are vague. City treasurer can correct me. So I'm a bit struggling with. I love it for future. I'm just struggling how we implement it in the middle of a process. That's my only, and if any thoughts on how we implement it can be given, I'd appreciate it.
Alternatively, support it so at least the process is undertaken and we can continue on as we've been doing for the last 4 days. And again, it's not me who's determining processes here. It's a collective conversation. So if everybody wants to just continue on, treat the next ones the same way, that's fine. This was proposed as an option. But if you like the format, if you like the idea of creating this different approach to master plans, at least support the motion, and we'll continue on in business as usual.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. My next question is, how do we make sure that we're actually achieving assets and not just paying consultants for master plans? If we have over 4 million in master plans and going forward, I don't know, perhaps that's a question for the city manager. How do we make sure we get something tangible from spending all this money on planning?
Your Worship, I think that's a broader question. I think for the purposes of where council is or economic SPC is, that it would be best to look at the various plans put forward as part of this CIP on a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not it makes sense to commit to those. But I do think that general question that you've raised is part of the broader question again about what's the role of master plans? What master plans do we think it's important to have active and live as a city? But again, I think where SPC is now, it's really looking at each one of those master plans and making a judgment call about whether or not it makes good sense to fund that in the context of a CIP deliberation.
Okay, thank you. I just think of things like the Performing Arts Center. I think we've now done 3 studies and really haven't put a shovel in the ground. So hopefully we would do these plans and there would be some prioritization about what is likely to happen so that we can follow up on them and we're not just producing studies. Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Question to the mover is, Ms. Pinkston suggested a different method of funding and you didn't really say anything about that. Are you willing to change that funding around? And then it really, once that process is developed by administration, it could come to audit first because it is a reserve. If we want to, I don't know if you want to add that in, the funding, and then have it come to audit committee prior to coming to council. I'd be willing to entertain that as well.
Thank you. I would happily accept that motion. Yes, audit is certainly another venue. And again, that last operative clause, thank you, Ryan, becoming an incredibly good mind reader. That last operative clause was intended to, what if we just approve the ones that are on the table and we address them through this manner? It can be deleted, it can be amended. We can just approve the idea of looking at master plans differently, hand it off to the CAO, come back through governance SPC. So yeah, absolutely. If you
okay, so we can leave it like that. It's just that there's an interim step prior to it coming right back to council. And I think the city manager and his team can determine that as well, right? So thank you for entertaining that. And Mayor Spearman, I think just one comment. The whole thing about the Performing Arts Center planning over time has been wrought with conflict. And that's the biggest difference between that and some of our other master plans. We've implemented a lot of our other master plans. That's the only one that I know of to date that that we continue to want to plan about. Everything else I think has been implemented. So I think that's the biggest difference.
Okay, thank you. So the source might be changed to the MRSR. I think I heard Councillor Miyashiro suggest that he would propose that amendment. It could be a friendly amendment or we could vote on that. It sounded like it was going to be a friendly amendment.
Yeah, if Councillor Coffin actually makes that amendment himself, we don't have to vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
If Councillor Miyashiro would like to put in the words and is okay with me plagiarizing him, I would happily
plagiarize away.
Yeah. And for subsequent review by the audit committee?
I think, Mayor, I don't think we need to actually add that in here. I think that's something that the city manager can do as an interim step, unless they feel they want to come right. It just makes more sense to come to audit first.
Okay.
I don't think it has to be explicit in the resolution.
Okay, my next question would be, assuming that we pass this resolution and also consider each of the proposals in our agenda today, is the amount a hard and fast amount, or would the amount be determined later? Where did the $3 million come from?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, as I mentioned to Deputy Chair Carlson, the $3 million was simply a tally of the planning documents in front of us. It's not written in stone in any way. It's not a hill I'm going to die on. If you want to amend that to $1 million, to 500,000, to 250, I don't care. It's the concept, or it's the idea of having something there in the interim. What I've heard from the city manager is if we want, we can just delete that last operative clause altogether and have the process established. And it comes back to council, and a funding source and a funding amount can be identified at that time if we're uncomfortable approving amount or approving a source right at this period of time. So I'm also open to somebody or to council or economic SPC saying, delete that last operative clause.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spimina. That was going to be my exact question. Is I really like this idea and building a master plan reserve with terms and conditions. I'm just wondering at this stage, perhaps it's best to remove that final clause and move forward with the plans today, unfortunately, and set again future council up for better success. Not just council, but the corporation and the community. In my mind, I think it's a brilliant idea. I'm uncomfortable doing it halfway through the process where we sort of set people up along a certain path and now we're changing the path, which we can do. So if the mover and seconder once we're finished, I may bring forward an amendment to remove that final clause.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if that was a question or a statement. We'll move along. We'll move along to.
Yes.
Okay. We'll move along to Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you. I have a question about what Councillor Carlson just said.
Okay.
Is if we deliberate on each one of these initiatives and we say no to them, or let's say we say yes to them, then do we identify the funding as MRSR? Is that the intent?
I'm going to ask the city treasurer to answer that question. Would the source of the funding be the MRSR, or would it be from available capital dollars?
The current plans that are in the draft CIP or going forward? Sorry, I'm not exactly clear on the question.
Okay, so Ms. Pinks, let me clarify this. So the question is, if we, as Councillor Carlson said, he wants to go through each one of these planning initiatives and we approve them, does that negate the reserve that we want to set up from the MRSR? Or do we have to still take it out of CIP? The whole point that Councillor Kaufman was making was that we throw this back to administration. They develop this idea and conditions and terms for a master plan reserve. Because none of these are coming into force right away anyway, or they need to be implemented, we identified a bucket of money. The terms and conditions come back to council at some point. They say yay or nay. The money's already set aside for them to do this. Otherwise, we're just duplicating that whole process. There's no point in actually mentioning anything about a master plan reserve because the administration can do that on their own. They don't need to tell us that they can do it right now. They can just do that on their own and present it to us. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. So my question is, if we approve these, can we identify MRSI as the source rather than CIP?
So the total plans within the draft CIP is $4.398 million. To date, economic SBC has supported, and again, obviously that can change, 2.47 million. That leaves roughly $2 million of planning documents for economic to consider. I would, council and economic can change a funding source to whatever it is that you wish. I would suggest that funding all of the plans from the MRSR in the amount of nearly $4.4 million would start to, is a significant draw, given that there's available funding within the capital. Chances are in the future, once the master plan reserve is approved by council, plans might still show up in the CIP, but it would just be an alternative funding source. Because anything from a reserve, in a reserve, requires council's approval to be withdrawn or pulled out of. And so council would still have to approve those plans. There might just be an alternative funding source in this instance if there's a master plan reserve set up. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Council.
So then the begs another question then is, if we had a master plan reserve, these would never come to CIP. Is that correct?
Any funds in a reserve require council approval to be withdrawn from. Okay. So they would have to be approved in some fashion, whether that's during the CIP, operating, or some other time period.
Okay, right. You kind of answered my question, but thank you. Yeah.
So I want to just clarify, just to be concise, while there's funds in the CIP, you're suggesting it's not advisable to withdraw from the MRSR.
Mayor Spearman, yes, I think that's what I'm saying. So because there's still available funds that council haven't decided to allocate yet, I would suggest that it might be less pressure on the MRSR if those funds are used. But again, council can decide whichever funding source they want to draw from. That would just be my recommendation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you. I just was curious, have we ever had a master plan reserve in the past, historically? Have we done this sort of thing before?
I'm not.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Madam Treasurer. You're better suited to answer that than I.
I'm sorry, Councillor Kaufman. Are you sure you want me to? Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah. Sure, thanks.
Sorry. I'm not aware of a master plan reserve in the past, and I don't know that I've come across one before. So it'll be interesting to explore this one for sure.
And just for just a comment for me, I tend to like the idea of continuing with our CIP money, finishing what we had today, but I do love the implementation of the master plan reserve beyond this. So that's just my 2.6 cents in Bitcoin worth.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Seeing the change in the last operative clause to the MRSR from the Fleet Reserve, I do have some concerns here, and I think, well, I would hope, in light of some conversations and some funding sources that I wanted to direct to MRSR here last week, there was a concern with the pressure on the MRSR. So I am concerned with that, and I just wanted to ask the mover. So this friendly was already accepted for MRSR. So what we see on the screen here now is the reso going forward. Is that correct?
It is at the moment.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. There was a possibility or proposed by the mover that he wouldn't be offended if the final clause was removed. That hasn't happened to this point. So the resolution is as presented. So we can start, in the absence of any further questions, we can start debate and open to any amendments. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think we've, through questions, have an understanding of where we're at with this. So I'll leave my comments to the close.
Okay. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just for discussion purposes, to see what my colleagues are thinking at the moment, after hearing a couple of my colleagues, I will make the amendment that the final operative clause be deleted.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I will second that.
Again,
Okay, Councillor Campbell, thank you. Okay, for discussion, so that's an amendment. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. My thoughts were that we're a bit in the middle of a process, and yes, we've got a good 7 hours left today if we want to go back and start revisiting things. But with the removal of this clause, it becomes, in my opinion, a directional resolution, and I think I'm hearing most of my colleagues, if not all, really enjoyed the direction. We're just at this stage of the process. I think it might be better to finish the process. We're halfway through, and then set future councils and the corporation and the community up for better, in my opinion, better success. So that's my rationale. But I would really like to hear my colleagues' comments on this, because it's one of those, it's not a hill to die on for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin, speaking to the amendment?
no, actually, sorry, I was just going to put forward a motion, but it's we'll wait on Councillor Carlson's.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Miyashiro.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not really in favor of this. I like the way that Councillor Kaufman had it set up, and it gave me clarity in terms of how we could proceed with these planning items, and it bundled them together as a grouping to say, we have a way to deal with them. Here's some dollars that we can use to address it, and move along, and not try to micromanage the process. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I hear no one. I'll offer. I'm in Councillor Carlson's camp. We've already handled some of these master plans. We've got a few more to do. Maybe this time treat them all the same way and have a better plan going forward. But that's my perspective. Anybody else? Okay, we'll maybe have a roll call vote on the amendment.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Belinda, your light is flashing, but we can't hear.
Uh-oh. Mic problems, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Opposed, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Opposed, that's 3 to 5, that's lost.
Okay, so the amendment's defeated, so we're back to the main motion. Councillor Higgin, did you have an amendment?
Yes, I do. I do like how it was presented previously, not to pull from the MRSR, as we've already heard that the pressure on the MRSR, so I'd like to change that back to Fleet Reserve.
Okay, I think our city treasurer, you had indicated Fleet Reserve wasn't desirable as well. Could I get some clarification?
Mayor Smirn, I just suggested, because that reserve is specifically going under review, that my recommendation would be that it gets pulled from the MRSR, and then if there's there's, additional funding or excess within the fleet reserve, it would be transferred to the MRSR just to kind of track where we typically pull kind of one-time allocations funding from, which is typically the MRSR just from a tracking perspective, and just for consistency, but that's up to council to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Well, can I, Mayor Spearman, then, if possible, just for tracking purposes, make a resolve that I don't know how this would fit in with this particular resolution, so maybe I can get some help as far as crafting this. That we do take $3 million from the fleet reserve, transfer to MRSR, and that could be, I guess, part of it, and so then we can still keep the resolution as it is to pull from the MRSR, but the amendment would be to transfer $3 million from the fleet reserve to MRSR, so that we're not having the pressure on the MRSR, which has been mentioned over the past week.
Okay, City Treasurer?
I guess just my concern with that is that even though there's $19.8 million in the fleet reserve, there's a commitment of $12 million currently based on what's approved in the operating budget. And so there's just, until that fleet reserve is reviewed, I would just be hesitant to recommend that.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave it in there and we'll see what council has determined.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Higgins' amendment? Anybody prepared to second the amendment? Okay, I'll second the amendment so it gets voted on. Okay, Councillor Hagan, is there any further elaboration?
No, I think I see where this is going, but thank you, Mayor Spearman, for seconding this, and I'll call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. Can we have a roll call vote, please, in favor of the amendment?
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
3 to 5. Lost.
Okay, we're back to the main motion as presented. So we were in debate. 2 amendments have been brought forward. I believe Councillor Kaufman opened. Councillor Miyashiro.
No, I'm good.
Okay, any debate on the amendment? Or sorry, on the motion. It's the motion, sorry. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. No debate at this moment. I would ask my colleagues so that I can vote for the parts I like and vote against the parts I don't like. Motion to divide the final operative clause and vote on that separately.
Divide the final operative clause and vote on it separately. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you need a seconder, or if you do, I will happily second that.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hagan. Okay, we will vote on the first 4 clauses first. Is there any further debate on the first 4 clauses? Okay, I'll ask all in favor, and are there any opposed to the first 4 clauses? I hear none, so that is unanimous. So now we'll deal with the 5th clause. So all we did was divide, so we can move forward with any further debate on the final clause. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this final clause. Again, I've already stated that it's been brought forward in the past that there's pressures on the MRSR, and so to use this funding from the MRSR would be counterintuitive from what I've heard over the past week, and so for that reason I will ask my colleagues to not support.
Thank you. Any further debate? Trying to figure out who would close. Is it Councillor?
I was in for debate, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I agree with Councillor Higgin. I have always monitored the MRSR very closely, and I've always been concerned that our reserves are a bit low, especially with the funds we've drawn on the MRSR of late during COVID. So I can't support this right now. Further to that, I really think we should finish the work we've begun this week and then move forward with what I think is a brilliant plan. But this last clause kind of throws a wrench in all the work we've been doing. So I'd ask my colleagues to vote against. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to debate? I'll ask Councillor Kaufman. Yeah. Who? Councillor Parker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan makes a very good point. Like, you know, when you have an opportunity to re-vote on something, by having this divided, you almost get an opportunity to re-vote on it. So for that reason, I will not be supporting it. And I do agree with Councillor Hagan and Councillor Carlson. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you all very much for entertaining this motion, and I appreciate the support that's been expressed, at least in the first parts of it. For this part, I understand the concerns on both sides. I think I do take comfort in knowing that the city manager understands what it is that we're discussing here, has already been looking at a plan, a strategy to come forward to governance SPC. I would hope that all members can do their best to attend that day and see what at least is in store. We have the opportunity then for at least a short little while to continue moving the idea forward, the context forward, and hopefully, as was mentioned by a previous member of Economic SPC, to set the next council up for a much better, a much more efficient process of dealing with master plans. So call a question.
Okay, question has been called. We'll do a roll call vote. Let the city clerk know if you are in favor or opposed to the 5th paragraph.
Could we see the 5th paragraph? Thank you.
It states number 2 on your screen.
Thank you.
So, Mayor Spearman, I'm sorry, just for clarification. So to transfer from the MRSR to the master plan. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in favor or opposed, I'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
And Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
2 to 6, that's lost.
Okay. Alrighty, so now I suggest that we move on to page 39. Lethbridge Public Library Master Plan.
Your Worship, do we have Miss Plato?
I think.
Yes, I'm here.
It's been here since 9:30.
Sorry, Tara.
Could I? Sorry, everybody. Can I just get clarification on what just happened? Are we that last resolution we were voting on just the last bit? But what about the first bits? Has that been voted on?
Yes.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, we voted on the first 4 clauses and they were approved.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I just had a brain dislodged. Okay, thank you.
So, Lethbridge Public Library Master Plan. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. Lethbridge Public Library Master Plan, as identified on page 39 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm sure there'll be questions, and thank you, Ms. Plato, for joining us for those questions. I don't see anyone's hands. I'll begin. Ms. Plato, just a question. We've asked you some of the questions already about your BAUs and in another resolution, there is no funding from the library budget to help support this. So the entire ask is coming to finance right now.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carlson. So the BAUs are dedicated already. That's, you know, that's what allows us to put them into BAUs, as I discussed yesterday. What I would say is that the CIP process for us started, I think, a year and a half ago in 2019. So obviously things have changed since then. As I mentioned yesterday, 2020 gave us a surplus of about $275,000. Because we are still closed to the public and not fully operational, I would foresee us having a surplus this year as well. So it is possible that that surplus money could be used to fund this if the city was okay with us doing that.
So you're going to have to help me out with that, Ms. Plato. If council wasn't, or finance wasn't able to fund this, you may have the dollars. Is that what I heard?
Yes, so perhaps Ms. Pinkson can help explain how surpluses are handled. So when we ended in a 4-year cycle, when we ended the 2020 operating year, we had a $275,000 surplus that was unspent because we were closed. So again, this year in 2021, we're closed for part of the year, so we don't expect to spend our entire operating budget. So that would add to the $275,000 surplus that we rolled over from 2020. So I would expect at the end of this 4-year budget cycle, we would be seeing a surplus close to $300,000 or in excess. That my understanding is that it is returned to city coffers, if you will, in the past at the end of the 4-year cycle. So it could be returned to the city, or it could be used to fund this instead, potentially, if that's acceptable to City Council.
Okay, thank you for that. Then maybe I'll ask Ms. Pinkson, because I guess it seems like just taking it from one pocket and putting it in the other. If we do it that way, if we say, yep, fund it from library surplus at the end of 2021. But that surplus would have just flown into the MRSR regardless, correct?
Chairman, through to Councillor Carlson. So we are in the 3rd year of the 4-year budget cycle at this point. So surpluses at the end of the year are reviewed with the city manager, and if the library board had any kind of need or issue identified that they potentially could apply surpluses to a BAU. In this instance, if council wanted to support this but have it funded from library surpluses, I would just recommend that the resolution be changed to fund this from library operations in 2021, since they're anticipating a surplus.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pinkston. Now here's the question. Say we go that route, but there's only $200,000 in library surplus. That leaves 120K short. So is there a backstop measure?
Given that we're in the third year, the library could also recover that in the fourth year because we operate within the budget cycle. So if there's a shortfall, if there's not enough surplus in the current year, they could also make that up in the next year if there's the opportunity to do that. So I think there's sufficient kind of time for the library to plan if that's the support of Economic and Council.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Mayor Spearman, I do have one.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor
I'm
Higgin.
just curious to know, there was a comment came forward from my colleagues about maybe changing the resolution to pull from reserves. Now, is that not something that would be done if we did not change this? And I don't know who can answer that, maybe Ms. Pinkston. If we didn't answer this, the library would go and have the discussions with the city manager as far as being able to allocate those reserve funds to this project. Is that not correct?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, let me rephrase that. So if for example this resolution is on the table, it is not passed, and the 320 is still needed as according to the Lethbridge Public Library, they would still go to this. They have the opportunity to go to the city manager and ask for that funding from the reserves to be used towards it. Is that correct?
Councillor Hagan, I would suggest if council doesn't support this as a master plan, it would be pretty difficult for the city manager to approve it outside of this process. So if council said no, I'm not sure how the city manager feels about that, but it would feel like that it's not supported by council, so it shouldn't be approved another way.
But I thought it may be a question to the city manager. Are any of the reserves that is under your purview as far as any of these BAUs to be allocated according to your recommendation, or it doesn't have to come to council is what I'm saying. You could actually pass those on to the library without having a direction from council. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And I would just, if I would just add, if council decided not to support a master plan because it was not a priority within a CIP deliberation or through CIP deliberations, or because there were other ways to fund it, then I would obviously take that into account. But the answer is yes.
Yes, because I do see the plan that we've just discussed here previously. It sounds like you've got some direction going forward if this is approved by council. And so, yeah, for that reason, I had that question. So thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. Ms. Plato, the last strategic direction study was completed in 2005, so this would be the first significant planning that's been done in 16 years for the library. Is that correct?
In relation to facilities, yes. So we do develop a strategic plan every 3 to 5 years. The strategic plan is legislated by Alberta Libraries legislation and is short-term focused. It has to be focused on a 3 to 5 year period. So this would be the first planning document done in 16 years. As you point out, that is much farther future focused and is really largely focused on facilities, although it would also focus on future planning for services, so that would inform the facilities direction. And So yes, it would be the first plan in 16 years that is really future focused. And what I'll say about the plan that was developed in 2005 is it was actually a facilities needs assessment. And what I would say is that it didn't include a lot of strategy. There was a lot of pieces missing from it in terms of planning long term. It kind of laid out several models, but it didn't plan for alternatives to those models. It didn't include prioritization of what types of branches might be developed as the city grows. It didn't include criteria for developing branches. It didn't include alternative service delivery. So it wasn't a master plan, the one that was done in 2005. This would be really the first one that would be completed for the library.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need a clarification from the city manager. Mr. Dalton, did you say, I just want to be clear on this, of what I thought I heard. Did you say that despite the fact that council doesn't think a master plan of any kind or any kind of plan isn't a priority and shouldn't be funded, did you say that you actually could fund it anyway?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Miyashiro. No, what I said was I would pay attention to the reasons for which if council decided not, or economic decided not to approve it, I would pay attention to those reasons. So if it wasn't a priority within the CIP deliberation, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad piece of work and something that shouldn't go forward. So I would simply listen to what council has to say and decide accordingly.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll just ask one more question to Ms. Plato. There's been some suggestion that it come out of the surplus for this year and next year. What impact would that have on the library?
That surplus really comes from the fact that we have been mandated to close several times over the past year and a bit, and so we haven't obviously need as much staffing, security, that sort of thing. So those were operating expenditures that are not going to be spent. So that surplus is there because we didn't need it to operate. So I don't see it really having an impact on us because of the fact that we were closed. We just didn't need those dollars to provide regular operations. So I don't see it being a difficulty really to use the surplus to fund this.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Does
I'll close.
Anyone want to bring forward an amendment that the source of the funds be library surplus, or do we leave it as from the CIP? Okay, in the absence of an amendment, we'll consider the motion as presented. Any debate? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spooner. Just in response to your thought about changing the funding source, again, my concerns are always about the health of our reserves, and funding it from our capital budget in front of us right now will not impact the MRSR, but even pulling it from the library's surplus at the end of the 4 years, which will roll into the MRSR, will have an effect on that. So my thought is keep the funding source as it is, but going forward, I think with the previous resolution, we'll have a much better funding source and handle on master plans going forward. So they're done regularly and thoughtfully, and I'd ask for my colleagues' support. I'll call the vote.
Okay, I will support the resolution. I don't know if anybody else wanted to debate. Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Hagan.
Okay, do we need to do a roll call vote? Let's do a roll call vote just to make sure.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor?
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
7-1 carries.
Thank you. We'll now move to page 40. Thank you, Ms. Plato. Okay, the resolution's now on the screen. From Councillor Carlson, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community projects: mobility/accessibility audits, parks, transportation, and transit, as identified on page 40 of the community projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think we'll open up for questions. And I have one through you to the city manager, if I may. I like the fact that these three business units, the Parks, Transportation, and Transit, have come together on this because they see how they all interact and connect. Was there any thought of doing it with our facilities as well? Or is that a bit of a stretch? See, Mr. Hawkins has jumped on.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. Facilities is undertaking some very specific and separate assessments already, as I understand, and this is a logical extension of the master plan, the mobility accessibility master plan that council adopted just a few weeks ago, in terms of honing in on the specific issues required, at least in these three business areas. But I think what I'll do is I'll just pass it over to Chris Witowski just to make sure that, you know, we have considered doing things jointly, and why this is recommended at this particular stage. Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for the question. So facilities did this audit a few years ago. They were working on their audit just as we were starting the mobility accessibility master plan. So the reason they're excluded from this is because they already have their documentation and their baseline assessment. So this is to get parks, transportation, and transit caught up and aligned with facilities. And then moving forward, we can start to look at strategies to align all four of those groups together.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Okay. Any other questions from council? I have a general question, and that is, how do we come up with the dollar amount for these plans? So each one is 320,000. How is it that they're all identical and there's no variation in the amounts requested?
Well, I can only speak to this plan. I can't speak to the other plans, but for this one, we actually did, when we did the mobility master plan, the consultant who worked on with us on that one, we did look at what the audits or what it would take to complete these audits, and they compiled a cost estimate for us. So that's how we got to this one. Again, I'd have to defer to the city manager, maybe Mr. Hawkins, for the other plans.
Just to supplement that, Mr. Mayor, I know specifically to the Parks Master Plan, a similar assessment was done in terms of a recently completed planning exercise too, where we've had to entertain some outside assistance to do that. And the only thing I'd also mention is that this is a cap. It's not in. We will only expend what we absolutely need to, and this puts an upper limit on any planning expenses associated with this work.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed that each and every one of them is $320,000. It just surprises me. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on. Yes.
Councillor Carlson here, just following up because it's been rattling around in my mind as well. We're doing a lot of planning exercises. And I know different consulting organizations and different experts are used for their different levels of expertise, knowledge, skill sets. But I'm wondering if there's any value when we're doing a bunch of master plans, et cetera, and this may not be quite a master plan, but of a kind of like we do if we're doing a couple asphalt projects, we get a bulk deal. Is that approach taken at all? If we go, there's 10 master plans coming out in the next 2 years, trying to coordinate them to see if there's any cost savings in, I don't know what you call it, a bulk tender. Do we do that, or can we do?
We do that where it makes good sense, where the work is in fact related and the expertise is common amongst them. It would be safe to say that in terms of what's in front of you, still these audits require a different level of expertise and a different kind of resource as compared to what I think the Japanese Gardens or the Parks Department would be seeking in terms of assistance for those master plans. So that's why they're before you here as separate funded items, as separate projects. The bundling is actually happening as part of this particular project, this audit project, in the context of infrastructure. So yes, we do when it does make sense and where there's common expertise required. And no, we don't when we know that there's a distinctly different set of expertise required.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to debate. If there's no further questions.
And I will close, Your Worship.
Okay. I think it's important to do these types of things, do an assessment and an audit, recognizing there are people with mobility challenges and to make sure we're meeting the needs of all citizens. So I will support this project. Anybody else? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I ask my colleagues for their support of this. I appreciate especially the bundling that has taken place in this, breaking down the silos and saying we all play or own a piece of this. Let's work together. So I'd like to commend our administration for that forward thinking. I think completing these types of audit just allows us to be much more proactive in our response to community need. It's in Council's strategic plan that all members of our community have access to our community, and this will help achieve that. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Are any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move to page 41. Nikayuko Japanese Gardens, master plan. Resolution is on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following: Section D, Community Project, Nikayuko Japanese Garden Master Plan, as identified on page 41 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I'm not sure if we have someone from the gardens on to answer any questions my colleagues may have.
Ms.
Councillor Carlson, it's Robin Harper here. This was brought forward by Recreation and Culture, so I will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Harper. So this wasn't initiated by the gardens themselves. This is, can you maybe give me the reason that Rec and Culture thought was important?
The Japanese Gardens is a city asset, a very important city asset, and as such, we believe it falls to the city to ensure that that asset is maintained and it's looked after accordingly. This plan that's put before you will look at the physical structures, the actual landscaping of it, but also look at some of the operational pieces of it. So that's the reason it was brought forward by the city. We consider it important that the city maintains this asset for the long term. We will be working closely with the Japanese Gardens Society to move through this.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I appreciate. Oh.
Through the chair, it's Mike Fox here. I did attend their AGM, and I had several other meetings. And just to add on to what Mr. Harper said, is that they are in full support of this. They're full board, and they're looking forward to have a comprehensive plan on how they move forward. Their board has done some readjustment and is looking forward to having this plan so they can really come up with how they move forward financially and set goals and attainable objectives.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess one of the, and I appreciate those answers, because one of the questions I had is we've just made several fairly hefty investments in Nikayuko. It would have been nice to have a master plan before we made those investments. So it seemed a bit to me after the fact. And so my thought was, since we've made several investments in the gardens, is it too early to do the planning now, or would it be better to, like, it's scheduled for 2022? And I'm wondering if that was better suited pushed out a bit, or if you think this is the right time to do this planning.
I think 2022 is the right time to initiate this plan. The majority, obviously, you're correct, Councillor Carlson. We have made some significant investments, including the new structure. But the majority of this plan, as far as the landscaping and the infrastructure, will look at the existing garden, which hasn't had a lot of investment recently. So, in my opinion, I would say that 2022 would be the right time to start.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for Mr. Harper or Mr. Fox. So, understanding correctly and taking off what Councillor Carlson has just mentioned, did we not have a plan going into this before these significant investments for the rest of the garden as well? So we didn't compile it all as one plan as far as the gardens?
There was not a master plan in place prior to the initiation of the new structure, the new community structure. And to my knowledge, there has not been a master plan document done for the garden as a whole previously.
Gosh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Good. Well, pleased to see that there will be involvement by Japanese consultants. Of course, the original design was based on input from experts in Japanese gardens, and the materials came from Japan for a lot of the structures in the garden itself. So I'm happy to see that that's going to take place. So I guess, is this the first plan that's happened since the inception of the gardens in 1967?
As I mentioned earlier, Mayor Spearman, in my there hasn't been one for sure for a long time. If there ever has been a master plan, it occurred a long time ago, like decades ago. If there was one, we could not find a record of a master plan that was completed.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I'll close, Your Worship.
Okay. I will support this. I think it's important to have an overall plan and a refresh. The Japanese gardens are basically, it's a Japanese garden in the Canadian style, adapting to the types of vegetation that grows in our climate. And I think moving forward, I think there's been a lot of activity happening at the garden since the new executive director came. So it's great to coordinate that and then make sure that there's solid support by council. I think the interpretive center that is being built, the new structure, certainly was something that comes out of that enthusiasm and many of the changes, the additional season that's happening at Nikiyuko. So an overall master plan evaluation for the gardens, I think, is overdue and will help the planning for the next 50 years. So I will be in support. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too will support this fully. You and I were at attending the Nikiyuko Society or Japanese Garden Society AGM the other day. As well in attendance was Mr. Uchida, who's the new Consul General from Japan in Calgary. He was so impressed by the support shown by the community and by the garden itself that he actually stayed on the AGM to the very end and cleared the other part of his schedule so he could stay and listen to the speakers talk about the Nikiyuko garden, as well as watch the promotional videos that have been produced by Travel Alberta or Tourism Alberta. I think this is something that we need to nurture, and it is a living garden, and the planning for it, I believe, is long overdue for a living garden that's one should be one of our gems to protect.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As I indicated before, this is going to be a rather tough one for me because I'm very pro planning, master planning, etc. But I truly believe we're a little late to the table now. I think the majority of the stuff that we've done there, with the exception of the upkeep later, has been completed, and we've kind of got again the cart before the horse, and we've completed all these projects without a plan, which is somewhat concerning to me. And so I know a plan going forward. I just don't know if the dollar figure going forward of $320,000. I could see that for the, again, I'm not in the planning stage and I don't know all of the costs, and I will never claim to know that as far as consultants to do this cost, but it's something that should have been done before. And again, we can't cry over spilled milk, but I just think that 320,000 is excess. For that reason, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate all the questions that were answered. I also appreciate the debate from my colleagues. I will be supporting this plan. I had some similar concerns about timing on this plan, but when I look at the outcomes of this, description of what will be achieved through this, there's at least 4 separate reports with a multitude of information included. Things like condition assessment of the facilities and the garden, the plants, the trees, etc. Review of the operations, recommendations on an operating model. I think these are all excellent information pieces to have. I would have appreciated to have a document like this earlier, before we were asked to make some fairly significant investments in the gardens. But approving this plan, I think it'll set the garden, the society, and future council up for better success going forward. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. I think we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
And Acting Mayor Crowson.
In
favor, I believe. 7-1 carried.
Yep. We'll go to page 42. Parks Master Plan. Resolution is on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D Community Project Parks Master Plan, as identified on page 42 of the Community Projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sparrow. I believe we have administration online ready to answer any questions. So I'll open it up to questions. My first one is how will this Parks Master Plan relate to the KPMG recommendations and discussions that Council has had about implementing some of those?
Maybe I can ask Mr. Ellis to answer that question, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, and Your Worship, through the chair. There's several things changed since 2007 when we did our last master plan. KPMG and a renewed desire to improve efficiencies and look at ongoing changes in the park system is certainly one of the considerations that will be part of the discussion with this master plan if it's approved.
Thank you.
There's a lot of topics to cover. And again, the 320,000 is deemed to be the appropriate amount, or it's up to. Okay. All right, thank you. Any further questions from council? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Mr. Ellis, for that comment. I'm just curious to know, so just to understand correctly with the question regarding the KPMG report, was this a recommendation to do a master plan for our Lethbridge parks directly from KPMG?
Thank you, and through the chair, the KPMG report did not specify or recommend that we do a master plan. This was our recommendation based on the age of the current master plan. And I'd just like to add that our success, the success we've enjoyed in the past, is basically because we're able to understand and have a conversation with the community. A number of things have changed over the past 15 years, so we feel it's time to have another general conversation with the community to take into account things like climate change, and our reaction or our treatment of the environment in general, that's somewhat come up. Trends in the community, wishes in the community, all of those things evolve over time. And the only way we can be successful is to understand the needs and wants in the community. And the best way to do that, we feel, is to have a general conversation.
And just second to that, so it's your understanding that, say, some services, something from the regular funding that is available to the parks could not be used to perform these duties, to get community input, etc.
And thank you. And we've done that over the last 15 years. We've done a few master plans, one on the River Valley specifically, just completed one on urban forestry, but those are specific to fairly technical areas of our management system. This would be an overall and more focused on use and desires and trends in the community. So this is our overarching, our highest planning document in the Parks Department.
And the last one was, you said 15 years ago?
2007.
2007. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think Mr. Ellis answered one of my questions, because I thought I saw in here that this was going to take into account urban forest management, and I thought we had just completed some work on that. So thank you for telling me how it's different. Here's a question, maybe the city manager. We just completed a recreation and culture master plan. And we know that parks is a big part of our community's recreation. Previously, we had the audit with 3 business units: transportation, transit, parks, all getting together and doing the work together. Would it not make sense going forward to combine those, so it's recreation, culture, and parks, because they all have a piece? So I'm wondering why we separated those out and wouldn't do them together.
I think that's a good question, Councillor Carlson. So we are where we are today. As you said, we've recently gone through a rec and culture master planning process, which I'm sure included collaboration across city departments. But I think this goes back to the question that was discussed at the outset today, is what's the role of a master plan? What master plans do we want to have on the books as a city? How often do we want to review those master plans? So I think in the absence of that sort of thoughtful approach, we have the current approach, which is not thoughtful, because we know that it makes good sense given the importance of parks to residents, that we need to have a long-term plan in the books. So I would simply say that we're going to be moving from, I wouldn't call our current approach ad hoc. I'd call it perhaps issue specific, to one that I hope, working with council, is more global. So we have a global master plan approach, again, talking about frequency of updating and those types of things, and having conversations around questions like the one you raised, is would it make sense going forward to do these two together the next time, as an example? So I think a really good question, and hopefully one that we get to work with council on as we bring this work forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I guess, is there any way to do a bit of a hybrid approach? I realize that we are in the process we've gone down, but we've just completed a recreation culture plan. Rather than now having in a year or two a parks master plan, would it be possible to say, no, we've got that work, let's do an addendum, or bring that work forward, and let's bring parks, because that's it. I think Mr. Ellis was saying it's mostly about the usage, which is the recreation. Is there a way to say, okay, we've got that work, now we've got this work, and let's merge them so that by 2023, when the work for this is done, we have one? Is that possible, or am I dreaming?
Maybe I can speak to that.
Let me just take a start at that, and
okay.
And then I'll defer to Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Ellis. Yep. and Mr. Harper as well. I think we can certainly take that approach forward as we do this. And I think conducting this Parks master plan with that sort of objective in mind, I think is certainly something that would be achieved.
I would echo the city manager too, Councillor Carlson. One of the premises on which we'll actually scope this planning exercise is on the basis of what's already in play, like what the fact that the Rec and Culture Master Plan is a current document. It's been endorsed by council. Will form the basis of and inform how we engage the community, because we won't want to duplicate effort here. We want to recognize where there's commonalities and where work has already been done that doesn't need to be repeated. So your idea about this hybrid approach will already be considered as part of scoping and designing the engagement exercise, and then make sure that we get at the things that are unique, that are not contemplated at all in the Rec and Culture Plan, because there are many things that the Rec and Culture Plan deals with that haven't been dealt with, that will get dealt with as part of this planning exercise. So yeah, I agree that going forward, the good news is Rec and Culture has done their plan and it is current. It is brand spanking new. And so that'll assist us in this exercise. I think going forward in the future, there's a real opportunity to further integrate when we have to repeat a comprehensive exercise in the future.
Thank you all for that. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate hearing, because that was my concern, that we're not going to be plowing old ground or redoing work that we just did. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council? I see none. We'll move on to debate.
I will close again, Your Worship.
Okay, any debate from councillors? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll support this this initiative. Parks is always rates highly on our resident satisfaction surveys. People are very protective of our parks and parkland, and I think for us to have an overall plan for what we need to do with the parks in relation, I guess, to other to the KPMG report as well, and I will support this.
Thank you. I too will support it, given the importance of parks in our city. Anybody else? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll just call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Hagan.
Okay. Anybody else? Do we need to do a roll call? 7-1. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis, page 43. The resolution's on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project, River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis as identified on page 43 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I know that Mr. Martins from the Galt was in earlier, but I thought I heard him leave. So do we have anyone online available to answer questions?
Yes, this is Jared Martins. I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to City Treasurer, perhaps. We, Council, committed some dollars previously for a different project. Is that correct?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, in the previous CIP project D38, the River Valley Accessibility Study was approved from the Urban Parks Reserve in the amount of $100,000.
And so is that $100,000 disappearing? And what we're being asked now is to fund a different study for 98,000?
No, at this point, based on the CIP sheet in the current draft, it's proposed that the 100,000 is there, and there's an additional ask of 98. But I believe that Mr. Martin's provided some options, so I think I'll just let him speak to that. But at this point, the 100,000 is still a commitment inside the Urban Parks Reserve.
Okay, and just my final question, well, maybe through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Martins, the original study for $100,000, that's still planned. And,
sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's still planned and it's the same scope, because we have, if the scope of something changes, basically it starts at square one. So I just want to ensure that the $100,000 that council gave for the original, I can't even remember what it was called.
It was for the Mr. Chair. It was for the vehicular. I think that's what you're asking for, Councillor Carlson. It was the vehicular study.
Exactly. So is that still being completed, or is the scope changing? Is my ask.
Your Worship, through you, the scope
Someone has their mic on.
At all.
Just a second. There's a lot of background noise. Does somebody have a microphone open?
I'm sorry, it's Mr. Martin. I'm at the airport right now waiting for a flight. So.
Okay, thank you.
If possible, could you just mute until a question is asked, if that's possible?
Okay, go ahead with the question.
My question was to Mr. Martin: is that original study still being completed as originally scoped and funded, or is it being changed?
Your Worship, through you, it is not being changed. That is the original scope and scale of the project.
Okay, so what's being asked for is an addition to complete further work.
Your Worship, through you, yes, that is correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the City Manager designate, the funding from D38 in the previous CIP was allocated for 2018. Why was the project not undertaken in the last 4-year cycle?
Your Worship, through you, it was not completed because it was going to occur in 2019-2020, and because of the global pandemic, was pushed to a further year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to help Councillor Carlson answer that one question, but it's all good. He's got his answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from council?
I have a second question. Your Worship, Mr. Martins, and I'm sorry that we're doing this at the exact time that you're boarding a plane. I'm sorry. Mr. Martins, can you talk us through, you did give some options. I recall there was I believe three. I can't pull them up right now for some reason. But I believe you gave 3 different options for funding this. Is that correct? And can you tell us what those are?
Your Worship, through you, yes, provided 3 options. The first option that was presented is at the current level, the 100,000, which was previously approved, plus 98,000. That was for the utilization of a third-party operator to do this study. Option number 2 is working with our friends in the transit department. They would be providing the same exact service as the outside service provider. And the total cost for that is $100,000. It was previously approved, plus $64,000 in the CIP asked. The third option was from transit, which was a different scope to the original ridership survey, which would include the integration of a transit service as a pilot project between a number of the attractions throughout Lethbridge and the river valley. And that would not require any funding from this capital ask. I hope that answers your question, sir.
I think it does. So I don't know why I can't find the email you sent me, unfortunately, or sent all of council. So just if you go with transit, it's a zero cost.
Your worship, through you, no. Option number 2 is an additional ask of $64,000, and that is the same scope and scale as to the original ridership study. If council chooses to go with no funding, then that would be a different project, which I apologize.
Sorry.
I'm trying to get away from a. I'm sorry, sir. So if there was no additional funding, then it would be the integration of essentially a transit line between the Nikayuko, Casa, Sag, the Galt, the Fort, as well as the Helen Schuler, and that would be essentially a different pilot project.
Okay, but there would still be the cost. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Councillor Higgin?
Yes, quickly, because I want to make sure someone does not miss their flight, and so I will be very quick with this. With the completion of the project was supposed to be started in 2019. I'm curious to know, as you said, it was because of the pandemic. Now, was that not supposed to start in 2019 as the pandemic came in March of 2020? Or were you wrong in the date? Was it supposed to be 2020 was when it was supposed to start?
Your worship, through you. This project began before I arrived with the city of Lethbridge. So unfortunately, I cannot answer that. I know when we looked at doing this project after I arrived in March of last year, it was deemed that it would not be in the best interest of the study to get the best information last year. So therefore, it was postponed.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Martins, I agree with Councillor Hagan. If your flight is called go, and we can always pick this up at a later time. Final question. The funicular study versus the transit ridership study seem like they are one could replace the other. Was any thought given to saying we're not going to do the funicular study right now because we think there's a better way to accomplish the same goal through a transit pilot or a shuttle service between our major attractions? It actually increases the scope greatly, which I really like. Was there any consideration given to saying we're not going to use the 100K for the funicular study? We'd like to apply it to this pilot project instead. And is that still a possibility?
Your worship, through you, if I understand the question, the 100,000 still would be applied to this project. The options for the funicular, that study was done prior to my arrival, and it came up with several options to connect the river basin with the plateau. And after that was published, then it was recognized that in order to make better decisions, we need to ensure that there would be individuals who are willing to utilize that service. And then it was recommended that we do a ridership survey between the various attractions.
Okay, I'll step out for now. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay,
I'll just ask. I'll ask the final question because I think I got different understandings from two answers. So the $100,000 from the funicular study has not been expended on that study, and the ask is to take those unexpended dollars, add 98 or 86 or 64, whatever it is, to that pot and do a completely different study, abandoning the funicular. Is that what I'm hearing?
Your Worship, through you, this is an amendment of Project D38. So unfortunately, I don't have all of that with me in front of me right now. Perhaps one of my city colleagues could help.
Well, and thank you, because maybe someone can help, because and thank you, Ms. Pinkson, for sending me the information that I couldn't find. You're awesome. The option one I have in front of me is $186,000 in total, and it mentions nothing about the funicular study that was previously approved. This is all about the transit pilot. So all of those dollars are moving forward, and I see Mr. Fox is going to help guide me. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Carlson. I believe the difference is through the report that was talking about the different ways of connecting the Galt down to Fort Whoop-Up, was part of the vehicle study was how many people were actually would participate in a transit or a type of mode of transportation and use it to get down there instead of walking down because of the accessibility issues. So expanding on that report, it would be to either do option 1 or 2 to understand how many people are actually going to take the bus and go down or require that assistance to make it down to the, so it is an expansion, a similar scope, but you're correct, we aren't counting the cars. We'd be counting the amount of people that are going to take the transit or another device to get down to Fort Whoop-Up. And I believe that's what Mr. Martins was trying to explain. And from my short time here and my discussions with Martins, that was the understanding, is we're trying to understand how many people would actually be willing to take the bus or a different type of mode of transportation to get down there. And through this study, an option 1 and 2 would definitely find that out. Option 3 is a little different type of study. So it's between different types of services and the existing transit system through CityLink. So I hope I answered your question to some standard there. If you have further, though, I can expand.
I think I'm understanding now. But what I'm saying is in option 2, we can meet the objectives that are wanted, desired to complete the work, and it would only require between 153 and 164.9 to do that work. So we'd only need to fund an extra $64,000 maximum. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm good.
Okay. So are there any further questions from council? We'll go to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I will close, Your Worship. But I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have planned amendments.
Now's the time to propose them if there are any. I'll propose that we go for option 2, which would reduce the cost to $64,000.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll second that, or however, whatever order we need to do it in.
Yeah, I need a seconder, so yeah, that would be great. So, be it resolved that City Council approve option 2 at a maximum cost of $64,000.
And thank you for that, Mayor Spearman. I'll just ask Ms. Pinkson that wording works. We don't have to include any reference to the 100,000 previously funded.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, I would recommend, just for clarity, that we include, sorry, I'm just going to quickly read this again.
in addition to the previously approved 100,000? So that 100,000 comes from the previous budget, right? From prior, it's not from, so the only amount we're approving from 2022 to 2025 is the 64,000.
That's correct, Mayor Spearman.
Yep. So does everybody understand the amendment?
Mayor Spearman, we need some clarification. Where are we seeing option 2 on page 40?
It's not here, but it was mentioned in the questioning. There were 3 options.
The second option was included in submission 5.3.
We'll reference that in the motion. Thank you.
Okay, the reason why I'm proposing this is it would achieve the same information at a lower cost. That's the rationale for proposing it. Any questions or debate? Questions first? Move to debate on the amendment. Does everyone understand the amendment? All in favor of the amendment? It's being still amending it. Okay.
Sorry, Your Worship, we're going to need a couple minutes with regards to 5.3 of how we can craft this motion, or maybe it needs to be separate with 5.3. I suggest maybe we recess this one till after lunch, or so we have
Mayor
some time.
Spearman and Madam Clerk, why don't we just remove any reference to option 2 and just fund it in the amount of $64,000 that only allows them to do option 2. So if we just get rid of any reference to that, I think, Mayor Spearman, it's your resolution, but I think if we just fund it.
Sure. I agree.
Yeah.
If that's creating confusion, give them the dollar amount and then it defaults to option 2.
Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman here. I did hear the treasurer say she would prefer to have the previously approved $100,000 included in there as well, for clarity.
It is. No, 64,000 in addition to the 100,000 previously approved.
Perfect.
Lee, does that work for you? Okay, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So the amendment reads, be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee amend the River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis as identified on page 43 of the Community Projects Unfunded section in the amount of $64,000 in addition to the previously approved $100,000. Everybody's clear on the resolution? Okay, that is the amendment moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carlson. If there's no questions, we'll just move to debate. I'll open and simply say, as per the discussion, there were 3 options. We were choosing option 2 that would allow them to get the information they require on the number of people moving from the lower level to the upper level and those who would use the service. Still achieve the same result for $64,000. Any further debate? I'll call the question. So, and say, any opposed?
Hagan.
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Okay, on the amendment. Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Carries 6-2.
Okay. Okay, so now we combine those 2 resolutions, the amendment. So be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D project, River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis as identified on page 43 of the Community Projects Unfunded section, and further be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee amend the River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis as identified on page 43 of the Community Projects Unfunded section in the amount of $64,000 in addition to the previously approved $100,000. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would encourage my colleagues to support this investment. Not only does it get the good information that Council had requested in the previous CIP, but it goes much further. I think tourism has long been, I want to say, overlooked or undervalued in our community, even though we have amazing attractions that draw folks from all over. But one of our biggest impacts on tourism is the folks in our own backyard, the friends and family sector, folks coming to visit. And they're, every time I've got family friends coming to visit, they call and say, what are we going to do? What should we do? And I tell them all the amazing things. This study will give us the good information, but it's also going to do a lot of wonderful work in our community, connecting our beautiful attractions. I think this will showcase our world-class facilities, hopefully to folks visiting, but also to folks in our community. It'll improve the accessibility, it'll improve the awareness of these amazing attractions we do have. Hopefully it'll improve attendance and build partnerships between all of these attractions that will be partaking in this. So I would ask for my colleagues' support. Tourism is one of the big focuses going forward in our community, as well as in our province. Our province is making big investments in tourism, and we need to be ready to capture those dollars into our community. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. That sounded like an opening and a closing. Anyway, Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say that everything that Councillor Carlson stated would be the result or the possible result of the funding of this study and analysis. So if it comes out that this is something that's achievable and something that's I guess reasonable to pursue, we won't know that until we do this study. So that's the reason why I will support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? I too will support. Councillor Carlson to close.
I'll just call for the vote, Your Worship.
Are there any opposed?
Again.
Okay, roll call vote.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson. 5-2, that carries.
She's trying to respond. Do you think there's something wrong with her connection again?
Yeah, I think I see her light flash.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, she's online.
What do you want to do, Mayor?
Is there any way we can get her vote?
She can always come back. We have it in our procedure bylaw. When she reconnects, she can always add her vote as yay or nay, as long as it doesn't affect the outcome of the vote, which I don't think it can.
She just texted and said, just go for lunch.
What? She's gone for lunch?
She just texted and said, just go for lunch.
She wants us to go for lunch.
Don't worry about her vote.
Okay.
And Mayor Spearman, I know that Councillor Croson did have some comments on the next piece of planning. Yeah, so I would make that recommendation that we recess for lunch, and hopefully our connection issues can be fixed.
Okay, we'll reconvene. It's 11:48. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you. You want to vote? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Economic Policy Committee, Economic Standing Policy Committee. We're just going to resume, and we're going to begin with page 44, Warehouse District Area Redevelopment Plan. Councillor Crowson, on 43, the vote in favor of the River Valley Ridership Study and Analysis was 5-2. We couldn't get your vote on that one. I don't know if it suits, we can just leave the vote at 5-2. If anybody thinks we should re-vote at this time, we can do that also.
I'm fine.
You're fine with it? Okay.
I'm fine with it as it is, since my technology knocked me out of that vote.
Okay, so you're fine. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to 44. Resolution from Vice Chair Carlson is, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. Warehouse District Redevelopment Plan as identified on page 44 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Pleased to see that Councillor Crowson has resettled into the River Valley, which has improved her Wi-Fi connection immensely. I'll just open it up for questions. I'm sure there's staff online ready to answer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I imagine Mr. Malcolm is the one that's going to be answering the questions. Okay, good. I see a nod. I just wondered, has there been much consultation with the businesses in that area prior to this trying to establish a development plan? And what kind of response has there been, if any?
Councillor Campbell. So we have not had specific engagement to ask the neighborhood or the community whether or not a area redevelopment plan is a desire of theirs. However, through a variety of engagements related to the potential establishment of a business district, the 3rd Avenue functional planning project that is going on that Director Hawkins would have referred to in earlier presentations, as well as ongoing engagement around redevelopment in the area. We've had extensive conversations around the need for a kind of a collective vision for this area and some policy to direct both private and public reinvestment into the area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's another plan and no physical construction takes place. This plan will inform future development. Is that right, Mr.?
Yeah, so an area redevelopment plan informs private development as much as it does public development. So the outcome of this is something that guides both. It's not working towards a specific construction project per se.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Malcolm. The warehouse district actually encapsulates 3rd Avenue from Stafford to Mayor McGrath Drive, correct? So the previous plan you had referenced that Mr. Hawkins had addressed sort of falls into this area. I know it's only been 5 days, but can somebody remind me what we did with that Stafford to Mayor McGrath Drive, 3rd Avenue plan? Did we defeat that? Did we approve it?
So the first part around the area boundaries. So in the heart of our city master plan and in past documents, the area is referred to as the Upper East Side. And there's been different terminology and boundaries that have been thrown around. And so the boundary itself has not ever been set because there isn't a plan in place which would have some sort of a boundary. And so for the purposes of today, we are saying it is from Stafford Drive to Mayor McGrath Drive, from the Crow's Nest Trail to the north to the south side of properties facing 3rd Avenue. Based on public engagement, we will probably get that confirmed, but that's the area we are referring to as of today. And then you are correct that 3rd Avenue corridor falls directly through this area. And if everything went according to perfect linear timelines, this area redevelopment plan would have likely informed the 3rd Avenue functional plan, but that does not mean that there's been any sort of lost work. In fact, this would just mean that we have better stakeholders to engage with and bringing the two projects together. And then I'll let maybe Mr. Hawkins refer to what has been approved and what is currently in work as it relates to the 3rd Avenue project.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So what council has done so far has approved in the forecast for the 10-year CIP a future phased upgrade to 3rd Avenue between Stafford and Mayor McGrath Drive. So nothing, no grant dollars, no hard funding in the first 4 years. It's in the next 6-year window. All that's occurring right now and that's funded right now, which we put a pause on, is the functional planning, some preliminary work to help inform what the future functional design of or detailed design of this street improvements would look like. And again, as Andrew mentioned, that is not lost work. That'll feed directly into any planning work that's undertaken as part of the ARP.
Okay, thank you. This is an ARP. It's not a master plan. So we're establishing the actual property usage and things of that nature. We don't have any sort of master plan or area structure plan for this area. Correct? The best we've got is the heart of the city, as close as we come, correct?
That is correct. There is no overarching planning statutory plan in place for this area. So any development today would fall in alignment with our MDP and the land use bylaw. And so area structure plans are specific to newly developing areas, but this area should probably have an ARP in place, an area redevelopment plan. And I know the planning department has been picking them off one neighborhood at a time over the last probably close to a decade. It just takes a lot of time. This one probably requires some specific attention in a quicker time period, as well as probably more expertise than we have in-house. And so this is why we're suggesting this project be through this process and then ultimately through a consultant.
Okay, thank you. Final question on this round, Mayor Spearman. So in that consideration, I guess it's the fine line between we've not done anything with this area. We have no real planning. It's just sort of, not guerrilla zoning, but if you want something in there, you just kind of put it in there. But I know that we've had conversations as well as to what to do with this. I guess in my mind, is going straight to an ARP really the preferred solution versus actually establishing the conversation, or will this be a bit of a hybrid project? That the starting part is that northwest corner especially. What are we doing along First Avenue? What are we sort of doing in there? Is there going to be some development or some master plan, some visioning aspect done to this particular ARP that we wouldn't normally do in a normal, quote unquote, normal ARP process? Or am I missing it altogether?
Councillor Kaufman, you're not missing it altogether. It builds off of earlier conversations around the role of a master plan. From strictly the land use planning perspective, master plans don't really, they're not labeled, they're not part of the regulatory framework, albeit they are useful tools. But an area redevelopment plan is really that vision, that objectives, right down to policies for a specific neighborhood. Just so happens that about half of this area falls underneath of the Heart of Our City master plan, which was undertaken 10 years ago to look at an area that would have probably been too big for one single area redevelopment plan. So while the Heart of Our City master plan doesn't cover the exact same area as this area redevelopment plan, a lot of that early visioning was done. But again, 10 years ago, one of the first pieces of this project would be to float that vision by the neighborhood and see if it's still relevant or make necessary amendments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just following up on that line of thought, perhaps, or one from a previous question. We've got a lot of planning studies going on in the neighborhood, I'll say, of this. Talk of 3rd Ave planning, 5th Street, 13th Street, and a civic common. Does it make sense to do them all in a similar timeline, because they'll all inform, hopefully clarify, and complement each other? Is that some of the thinking that went into proposing several of these at once?
So Councillor Carlson, as it relates to this specific project, it is definitely one of the factors as to why this is being brought forward now, in that there are lots of different levels of planning projects occurring either directly in, transcending through, or adjacent to the area. And then they're going, well, what are we? And so this allows us to build off of those conversations, likely harness some synergies, and do this kind of, I don't think all as one project, but definitely in alignment with each other.
Excellent. And is it contemplated that they will all work together, not just when they're done, but in the process, so that people aren't being burnt out? If you live right on the neighborhood line of both of, or 3 or 4 of these, you're not getting invited into separate open house after separate open house after separate open house. Folks, residents get burned out. So I'm hoping we can find ways to say, we're talking about these things, come on down and share your thoughts. So it's not
for sure. I think the specific, again, to this planning area is that we started thinking about the need to do this project prior to the 3rd Avenue functional planning being put on hold. But in fact, by putting that on hold, and as Mr. Hawkins alluded to, probably not going to restart until early next year, that means that there will be probably a lot of public engagement that will be in alignment, and we would have to do some work between now and then to figure out exactly how that looks. But I think that's a great observation and something that we would definitely pay close attention to.
Just maybe I could just supplement that too, Councillor Carlson. I think, given just just in general, the amount of engagement that's on the books or as of today, and that will flow from any decision that council makes next week on these additional plans, is we will corporately look at our overall corporate work plan and ensure that there's close coordination amongst all these planning initiatives. Every one of them requires significant community engagement. So There needs, regardless of who's leading these things and which neighborhoods we're engaging, I think to the extent that there is interrelationships, we need to closely oversee that so that we don't get engagement fatigue and diminish the kinds of the kind of feedback that we're truly after. So yeah, we will ensure that happens.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Are there any any further questions from council? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question, I'm not sure to whom. As it's an area redevelopment plan, the council gets 2 looks at this before the final approval. Is that correct? We changed our process a bit last year, so we get a look at it as it's in its very basic planning, and then once closer to the implementation time. Is that correct?
Might have to defer a bit of that to Mr. Hawkins because this is falling under a formal planning procedure. At the end of the process, it would need to come forward with a bylaw for first, second, public hearing, and third reading. As it relates to the more formal process at the front end, I'm not familiar at this point in time into what the commitment is, but I think we would definitely have multiple touch points with council on a project of this scale.
Yeah, it's Councilor Miyashiro. Actually, what you're referring to is the outline plan process, and the connection to MPC, and that we did change that process last year in terms of touch points, in terms of visioning up front, as well as the engagement with MPC as well. The ARP is ultimately a council statutory document, and so we will design an overall planning process that ensures that there's as much and a robust council engagement processes as necessary before the actual final public hearing and adoption by City Council.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. My queue is empty. Any further questions from council? We'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll just close.
Okay. Anybody debate? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, I'll reiterate the importance of planning, and I think that's great that we're looking at through this past week here, plans going forward for the community. My concern is the comment of no engagement or input in the community, with the businesses in the community. Now, I understand as Director Hawkins mentioned that there should be significant community engagement, but I know I've spoke to just a couple businesses in the area, and they're concerned at why they would not be asked if this is something of importance going forward, even the plan going forward. And so in hearing that, again, I believe we're cart before the horse, and so for that reason, I'd ask the council not to support this.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this resolution. I really feel that the warehouse district is going to be a really integral part to our community in many different ways, and I'm sure that there will be a lot of interaction with the businesses as going forward, and I'm really looking forward to what the area plan will look like. So I will definitely support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croson, Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. One of the things I know we all do is we all talk to business owners, we talk to people in various neighborhoods, and when they ask sometimes, why is my neighborhood not of input? Why aren't you looking at us? Why aren't you investing money? Why aren't you doing stuff here? Sometimes the answer is that very practical part is you don't have a plan. There is nothing created for your neighborhood, which sort of lets us hang our hat on. You don't have a group that we can talk to. You don't have a neighborhood group. You don't have a BRZ. And that's one of the things this type of plan is meant to do. It's to start those conversations. Who are you? What do you want to be? Who's your group that is going to be leading this? Who is part of these communications with City Hall. And so I think that this is actually the beginning of some of those in-depth conversations. Warehouse District has, as Councillor Campbell said, so much potential. We all know that there is something going on here that just needs a bit of a switch to flip. There'll be an amazing place. It is an amazing place, actually, but it can be even more so. And so I will be supporting this because I think this is the beginning of the conversation, and it is going to have those communications and conversations about where Warehouse District can go. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've heard people in the Warehouse District, businesses there saying, why is all the focus on the downtown? And they're feeling marginalized. I think this is a step in the right direction. And so I too will be supporting this. Any other debate from councillors? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate the comments and debate. I will be supporting this plan. One of the paragraphs when we were diving into this plan, in the background information that stuck out to me, it talked about the challenges, adversity that this area of our city has been faced with. And we hear a lot about, you're only focused on the downtown core, the heart of our city. What about us? What about us? And I think this answers that call. We are aware that there are other areas of our city that need our attention, need some good planning, and need some good some discussion going forward and good planning. I think this will only strengthen the Warehouse District. I think it's an incredibly positive move, and I think that we heard about harnessing synergies and sustaining the integrity of our processes, and so I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, thank you. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
And Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Carries 7-1.
Thank you. The next item that I have on our agenda is page 37, Indoor Court Multi-Purpose Space Functional Study. We had started discussing this the other day, and I think there was a request for more information.
Mr. Mayor, could we see the running chart or running total up to now?
We could do that.
Thank you.
You haven't been keeping track in your head?
Yeah, but my math is way off.
Can council see that?
Yes.
Mayor Spearman.
Yes.
Members of Economics. So currently the available funding before consideration of this indoor court is the $23,501,000 is unallocated based on the decisions that Economic SPC has made to date. There's operating impact of 0.26% per year starting in 2023 to 2026 based on the information that's been decided to date.
And the 23,501, that includes the additional gas tax, right?
That's correct. The $6 million in additional gas tax is included in the 23.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson. Just for clarification, I've made a note on some sheet here, and I have forgotten because it was probably earlier today. The 23501 has the $10 million already removed.
That's correct. So the 10 million is essentially in the blue. So we started out at 74, and so we just filled the blue space up by $10 million at that point once that decision was made by economics. So that $23 million is over in addition to the 10 million that's already been earmarked.
Excellent, thank you. And because you are way better at math than I am, a 0.25% increase would equate to approximately how much?
About
go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
About $400,000 per year for the 4 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, thank you. We appreciate the update. Can we go to page 37 now? Now, my memory's failing. I can't remember why we postponed this one to now. Does anybody recall what information we were missing before we could make a decision on the indoor court?
Councillor Carlson.
I think an amendment is coming.
An amendment is coming.
Because what we wanted it to say wasn't what it was saying, and we all read into it what we wanted instead of what was actually there.
So it's a functional study?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I can maybe introduce the thought process. I've sent some draft wording to the city clerk that should be there shortly. I think the thought was in our discussions around this study that was proposed, council talked, members of the committee talked a lot about better use of facilities, working together with different groups to use what's already there or find different ways to better use spaces, not just about planning for a new building, which is what is proposed in the study. And so I did raise some concerns that council had some great discussion, great ideas, but what we were approving wasn't kind of what we were talking about. So I think that the city clerk may have some,
Yes.
Oh, there it is,
Yep,
draft wording.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put that up on the screen for people to read and maybe discuss. And I'd like to say that it was Councillor Kaufman that did much of the wordsmithing on this so to date, and so I'd like to thank him for the work put in on that.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Kaufman, by the sounds of it.
What?
Was that a question?
I think Councillor Miyashiro said what?
Sorry, I meant what because I thought the Jeffs were in the wrong order.
Oh, either way is fine with me.
It could have, at this point in the week, it could have been a rhetorical what as well.
I was going to answer that, but I didn't know.
Yeah, if somebody wants to answer, go ahead. Well,
So I'm not sure if everyone's had a chance to sort of peruse it and see if it sort of captured the flavor of the discussion. And I don't know if Mr. Harper is with us to answer, but maybe the city manager, if you've had a chance to quickly read this and see if this makes sense and sort of captures the flavor of our discussion.
Certainly makes sense to me, but I see Mr. Harper's is there, so I'll go to him for his thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Councillor Carlson, I believe this does. This is really what we had intended originally, and although you mentioned and I agreed with the way it's written in the current CIP sheet, does not capture that, but what you have listed here is accurate.
Thank you for that. Then I'm wondering if there's any questions from my colleagues.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
No, that was my question was answered. I just I know when we were talking yesterday with Mr. Harper, he was saying the what we were talking about was his intention, but it wasn't really really stated in the resolution. So I just wanted to confirm that he agrees with that, and he just did. So that's all I was asking. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no further questions on the amendment, we can vote on the amendment. Councillor Higgin?
Yes, I just want to confirm, I guess the amendment does not change any pricing or anything. It's just in addition to what is currently there, correct?
That's right. It's still 100,000. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment, and I'm going to say, are any opposed? Councillor
I am
Kaufman?
opposed.
Who? Councillor Higgins opposed? Okay. And Councillor Kaufman, your hand went up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just if we can just change it from city manager to city manager.
Yeah, okay.
Please, thank you.
I thought it was away in a manger.
Okay, we'll do that. So we'll do a roll call vote on the amendment.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
This is 1, 2, okay, I'm just looking at this 1, 2, yeah, in favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
And Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Carries 7-1.
Okay, so now we'll look at the combined resolution with the amendment added. So the combined resolution is now on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: indoor court / multi-purpose space functional study as identified on page 37 of the community projects unfunded section, and further be it resolved that the city manager rescope the functional study to determine the best way to maximize access to and the use of existing facilities in our community by undertaking a facility audit of current indoor court multi-purpose facilities in the city, including joint use agreements, schools, and private facilities, identifying community groups, organizations, or users who currently or would possibly utilize an indoor court or multi-purpose facility, and considering equitable access for all groups, ages, and socioeconomic levels to indoor court multi-purpose facilities. Any questions on the resolution? Okay, we'll go. Yeah, go ahead.
One quick question, if I can, Your Worship. Just because we are changing the scope of what was proposed, I just want through you to the city manager designate. The funding is still adequate. I believe I didn't scroll to the right page, so I believe it was 100,000.
Councillor Kaufman, I believe it is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? We'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I appreciate the patience that you and my colleagues gave to consider this or ponder this one overnight. I think we all realize that we have some thoughts about a better way to maximize use and a better way to get people access to their indoor court space that they're acquiring. It may, at the end of the day, turn out that we do need a new facility, but I don't think we should presuppose that. I think this, adding this to the scope is going to increase the opportunities to find better ways to use facilities we currently have. And so I thank you for all of your patience, and I'd ask for your support.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really see the potential of this as being wonderful because the city, as we all know, has many, many different types of sports, not just hockey, baseball, football, but many others. And to bring the community together with their various organizations and groups and the creativity of our citizens to come up with alternate ways, I think this is a great start for figuring that sort of alternative way to use sports facilities. So I will endorse this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. First off, I've on the last vote, not realizing that it was an amendment and not the full resolution. I made a mistake because I think this is a fantastic amendment to this resolution. So not that it made any difference, obviously, with the vote, so I don't have to go back and change that. But I do like this, but it's something that I believe that we're currently or could do, and I'm not sure if the cost to do this is needed. And so just for that reason of the cost, I love what is in here. I've thought of bringing forward a amendment, but I feel I know where that would go, so I'm just not going to waste everybody's time. So for the reason of the cost is what I'm concerned on, but I appreciate this resolution. For just the reason of the cost, I can't support it this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I want to thank my colleagues for the conversation, the time and deliberation around this. I think as Councillor Crowson had identified, we were all sort of reading and understanding something different than what was actually being proposed. So with the amendment now, I think this actually takes it in a better direction. I have no issues whatsoever studying the challenges facing our community. I do have issues with just assuming that we're going to solve the problem when the problems, the potential solving of challenges in our community may already be out there. The conversation over the last couple of days about our relationship with the school boards has actually been quite fascinating and quite wonderful as well. That if we are contributing funds to gymnasiums and we're helping to improve the size and scope of actual school property with additional yard, lawn, grass, park space, we have the opportunity to look at some of these indoor and outdoor amenities as well, and to be able to focus, ultimately create a strategy that might help us focus people to specific schools for specific things, I think is going to ultimately be a better utilization of infrastructure we have in our community, whether it's been paid for by the municipality, the province, or the federal government. It's about appropriately and efficiently and adequately using the infrastructure that we already have here, as opposed to creating something else that may or may not continue to meet needs. So I'm happy that my colleagues have supported the amendment, and I encourage everybody to vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's incumbent that I support this fully, in that I have voted against all the gym expansions to date because I felt there was underutilization
fair, unfair, I don't know, in our community of the gymnasiums in our community. It doesn't mean we're going in a bad direction, but I just think we need to do something like this because there are so many different groups in this community that need gymnasium space for all different numerous reasons. And there could be solutions, like Councillor Coffin stated, already out there. But unless we pass this resolution, we really won't know. So I think this is a really good start, and I'm glad that the amendment's been brought forward, and I like the whole resolution as total, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Thank you very much. I too will be supporting it. I hope that the issues of gym upsizing can be discussed at our joint use committee, and hopefully that can come on a future agenda about council's concerns about that. But in the meantime, I think having information, doing this study, and then perhaps even bringing it back to the joint use committee at a future date, we'll have information that's data-based, and we'll be making good decisions going forward. And in order to get that, we have to do the study, and for that reason, I will support this project. Anyone else? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks everyone for their comments on this. This is an exciting path forward for me, and I would ask for your support, and I will call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? And any opposed?
If you're waiting for me, I liked the debate and I am in favor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one is page 19, outdoor sports court. I think there were questions remaining about this, and what was what's the reason we're coming back to it? $762,000.
Mayor Spearman, yep. If I recall the discussion, yep. I think we were getting hung up at one point about that this is already a foregone conclusion of where it's going to go. Members of council, I think, had some thoughts on better uses that could be co-located with other facilities, with washroom space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what caused us just to take a pause, but I may be misremembering.
Okay, so councillors that had concerns with this project about nearby washrooms and possible other locations other than 28th Street North. Councillor Miyashiro.
So, Mayor Spearman, I have an amendment to this.
Okay.
My amendment would read that Economic SPC approve 2 courts at a cost of no more than $900,000.
I'll second that.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. My question then to...
I'll open, if you like.
Okay, go ahead.
So one of the things that Mr. Harper talked about a lot was when you're building rinks specifically, to build 2 is way more cost effective because now you're only getting the contractor out there once. You're building this once. The main point of everybody that talked about the sports court was actually just getting a court built and getting it used. They didn't talk about lighting. They didn't talk about, NHL standard boards. They didn't talk about a lot of the other amenities. They certainly didn't talk about a $50,000 storage facility that was mentioned yesterday. The reason I'm putting this forward is that we get 2 courts built. There's 3 groups that want to use it as well as the public. We get it set up, we get it used, and if we want to add lights later on, I mean, this is the summertime. It's light out now till 10 o'clock at night. So it's not like we want people to play it there all night. I mean, even South Fall Valley where they have lights, they stop playing at about 10. So really, this isn't about all the amenities. It's about getting a decent court built with the right surface. And we might as well, for asking for 762,000, let's throw some more money at it. Build two. Let's look at the usage and then add the amenities, all the broad amenities later. If we need to build storage for the in the meantime, the storage could be as easy as a sea can. And if the city doesn't like the look of it, hire a painter to do a mural on the side. I don't think we need to spend extraneous dollars on all the additional amenities. We need to spend it on the sport courts themselves.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Councillor Miyashiro? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Sprun. Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro. You've made my day. We've gone through 5 days of CIP without an over-the-wall resolution coming up to us, and I was feeling kind of sad. We hadn't had anything to shock us, so thank you for that. And I love the idea. Especially during COVID, I've seen so many people using these outdoor courts, and I think that it's kind of a cool thing. Back in my day, we used to go to the Hoops by Zellers, and then those Hoops by Zellers sort of fell out of use. But of late, there are people flocking there. So I think people are rediscovering these, and it's reigniting the enjoyment. So I love the idea. Are you proposing that these two courts are built side by each in the same location?
Absolutely. If you're going to leverage the dollars like I'm talking about, you get a contractor into one space. They get the people that do the base. They get the people that do the surface. They get the people that are doing the boards. It just makes more sense to build it all in one. It'd be like building two different structures in two different places. You're not going to I don't think, make the same economic value out of it.
Thank you for that, because I when you first started speaking, I was envisioning in different areas of the city so that more people could walk to them, access them, so to speak. So that has dampened a bit of my enthusiasm, but I still think it's a great idea. Through you, your worship, to administration, if we pare back a bit of the I don't want to call them bells and whistles, but for lack of a better term, some of the other amenities that were being proposed by Councillor Miyashiro to sort of scale back on, is this doable? Do we know what just a plain surface court would cost?
I think it would be safe to say that if this is the allowance that council is prepared to set, that administration's happy to take that away, do some additional planning, because location will be an issue for two versus one. But we've heard, the issues around parking and washrooms and those kinds of things. So we would undertake in the first instance to do some additional planning in order to optimize the location and to ultimately achieve what council's talking about here. So we're not in a position to say whether this is the right number, absolutely the right number or not at this point. I would suggest that 900,000 is a great starting number for us to go away and work with, and that would be our marching orders. And regardless of what that ultimately looks like, we'll be back to council with an update on how far we can stretch those dollars, and if it's not adequate by some amount based on our assessments, we'd have to propose an amendment before we construct. So this, as a starting point, I would suggest this is just fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sperman.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Yeah, first off, Zellers? But anyway.
I'm old, Campbell. I'm old.
I just, I was just, I guess to that point of having two, and if the proposal is still on 28th Street North, does that really create, I mean, is that going to be too big for that stretch of land? And I don't know if you can answer that at this time. I guess, was it Mr. Harper was the one that was bringing that forward?
It's Mr. Hawkins.
Oh, was it Mr. Okay, you.
I think it's too early to say at this particular point. We'd have to take a hard look at that site again. So, and fair enough. We would do some additional work.
Just talking in my head here. I know that the Heart of the City was talking about some kind of a structure, but then that was also for that was in Galt Gardens. I don't know if that's anyway. That's neither here nor there. I'll hop out now. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Something that came to my mind here since we first had this discussion, and hopefully I'm correct in saying this when Mr. Ellis was presenting it. There's some of the properties where, and I think it was Mr. Ellis, correct, and Mr. Hawkins. Okay, some of the areas when we didn't really know where this was going to go, we kind of thought, well, it could be there on 28th Street, but if I just need an answer to this, it was also looking at possible lands that the city did not own, or was that a different project? Could someone answer that for me? Because I just thought if there's land that needs to be purchased by putting it on our city land, and I didn't know if it was just 28th Street or for something else.
Yeah, that was the bus hubs they were talking about.
Something, okay, my apologies. So, because I just thought that maybe that's a way to save some funding to make sure that it was on, make sure that was indeed on city property as was indicated here. So thank you, I'll hop out.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the mover. The way the resolution is worded is broad enough that administration can go away and do some work and come back. And if they came back and said we can do 2 courts, heck, maybe we can do 3 for 900,000, and they don't need to be collated or co-located. Would that still be okay with you in the spirit of this resolution?
I'm certain, Council, of the time, if they came back with that proposal, I'm pretty sure Council would jump at it.
All right. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't forcing administration to only look at one location for both.
No. If Mr. Ellis or Mr. Hawkins came back to Council and said, hey, we just found a sale on Sport Surface. So it'll only cost us like $10, so we can do 5 of them. Yeah, awesome. I'm pretty sure Council would approve of that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Hagan.
Nope, sorry, I was just in the previous question, didn't lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one just response here as well, if I could?
Sure.
Regarding just the double court, and Councillor Miyashiro was right, and I know that administration has told us as well. 2 side by each is the savings of staffing. He said that's the main part of it. It's the same thing for the rinks, having a Zamboni driver that is able to accommodate both. So yeah, that's exactly, if I could just add a little bit more to that, Councillor Carlson, just as Councillor Miyashiro has indicated, that would be the savings.
True, 1 storage space versus 2, that whole thing. You're right, Councillor Hagan.
But these are unstaffed. Just for clarity, these are not staffed.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Everybody understands the amendment. Councillor Miyashiro, you want to open debate on the amendment?
I'll close, Mr. Spearman. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors wish to debate on the amendment? I will vote in favor. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too will vote in favor of this. I think it's a great idea to be able to kind of future-proof, the facilities that we have, the outdoor facilities. And I thought there was an operating cost here, and I do see 29, 30. So I thought there was some staffing there for lawn mowing, etc. So maybe I was wrong, but that's what I see in here. But regardless, I think this is a fantastic way to do this. Share some of the facilities, share the storage, and you get tournaments or something going on there, and it's nice to have them close together. And I'd honestly like to see if we can fit in this budget, and I'm going to throw a lot more things on to Mr. Hawkins and Ellis, but some bleachers. Let's make this a facility that many people can attend and enjoy. So with that, I will ask council support.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and huge thank you, Councillor Miyashiro. As I said, you made my day by having an over-the-wall resolution. I wasn't ready to support what I saw in front of me on the sheet. This amendment excites me. So thank you for that, and I add my full support.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Miyashiro, for bringing this forward. Because you think about when you're a kid, you just want to get to go somewhere to play something, and the amenities mean nothing. I mean, when I think about when I would go to Zeller's and pick up my Sherwood hockey stick, that's all I wanted. I just needed a place to go, and it just didn't matter whether you had a light or you just needed a patch of wood or a patch of concrete that you could play on. So I love the concept of let's get something built, and if we maybe down the road there's people who want to sponsor these things. I think this is just an outstanding way to deal with the problem that we have right now. So I'll be in total support.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to my colleagues for their comments. This really is I think a better way to go about building sports courts. We build a couple at a time versus one at a time. If we look at the basics for what we need for these sport courts, we find the right locations, we maximize the expenditures, economize expenditures to maximize usage. I didn't think that one court was going to be enough given the fact that there's 3 groups vying for the usage. With 2, it'll be a lot easier. What we can see and evaluate this over time as well is maybe there's going to be a need for more. Worst comes to worst, we can turn them into 8 pickleball courts.
Okay, thank you.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I hear none, so unanimous in favor of the amendment. So now we'll move to the amended resolution. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following section: D, community project, outdoor sports court, maybe add an S onto that, as identified on page 19 of the community projects unfunded section, and be it resolved that Economic SPC approve 2 courts at a cost of no more than $900,000. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think we've had enough debate and discussion on this. I'll call for the vote.
Okay.
Actually, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Kaufman.
Everyone.
Question.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To City Manager Designate. Just in terms of operating costs, 28, 29, 30, 31,000 over the first 4 years that this is in existence. We're doubling the courts, doubling the space. Does that it obviously will increase operating costs as well?
I think at this point those numbers are safe enough to use based on the concept that's been described by council here. So if there's something, we will go away and take another look at those, but I think those are adequate for the time being.
Thank you. Would you consider bringing it back to I'm assuming this would be the next council, if there's a significant increase in operating costs?
Can do. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
It's just a question for administration. As something Councillor Miyashiro has pointed out, there could be the possibility that we'd need more eventually. So I just wanted to ask administration if there's throughout the if this 28th Street does not work and you're looking for other land, if we could look at something that could be expanded later, so that again we keep with that one area and less operating costs. So is that something that could be done, Mr. Hawkins?
We'll definitely take that into consideration, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll continue to debate the amended resolution. So I think Councillor Carlson did open. Do any members of council wish to debate? Okay, I will support the amended resolution. Yeah. Yes. Councillor Higgin?
Go ahead, Mayor Spearman. I can come in after you. That's fine.
No, I just wanted to be short and simple. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I just wanted to add one more thing. When I was younger, everyone's talking about their younger days, and unfortunately, I didn't pick up my Sherwood hockey stick at the local Zellers. But I remember anytime I would want to go out, my parents would ask me, says, "What are you going to do?" And because they didn't want me wandering the streets, or they wanted some place for me to go, so that they knew that I wasn't going to be causing trouble or whatever, or be able to find trouble hanging out somewhere. So I think with this is a great thing, going back to the whole point of a place to go. As Councillor Campbell had mentioned, it's a place to go. You've got this sheet of concrete, you've got whatever it is, there's a place to go. And so I think that will actually help as well with our community. And to be very honest, I'm reaching way out there to even say community safety. So just with that, I would greatly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate the clarifying questions and comments. I realize during some of my questions and debates, I may have given unfair advertising to one store over another by talking about Zellers. So half the time we would go to the Red Grill at Woolco. There, I think I've evened it out. Now I'll call for the vote.
Okay,
how old are you?
The
very
question has been called. Is anyone opposed to the amended resolution? I see none, so it's unanimous, 8-0. Okay, that concludes the first review of all the projects. There are some resolutions for reconsideration. Okay. So we have, I think, 2 submitted. I'm just going to ask the city clerk to submit a reconsideration. What is the process? Councillor has to have voted the other way.
You have to be on the prevailing side.
Okay.
And because it's the same meeting, it's a majority vote. So it can be a one-step process, and I recommend it be a one-step process with the reconsideration in the ask. And I ask that because in case the reconsideration fails or passes and the other motion fails, then where are we at? So if there are any reconsiderations, it would just be all in one motion.
Okay. All right. The first one is from Councillor Kaufman, who was on the prevailing side for Nikiyuko Japanese Gardens pathway, page 10. Whereas the life cycle replacement of the asphalt pathways has been on the city's radar since 2010, and again in 2015, and again in 2017, and whereas attempts to maintain the integrity of the pathways has affected the aesthetics of the pathways and not slowed further decline, and whereas the new Bunka Center is to be complete at the end of the summer of 2021, therefore be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee, for the previously approved resolution, reconsider the year of funding of 2026 and replace it with 2022.
I'll second that.
Okay, that's seconded, moved by Councillor Kaufman, seconded by Councillor Miyashiro. Now, in order to accept this, there has to be a majority vote?
Yes, Your Worship. Same meeting, reconsiderations are a majority vote.
Okay, so all in favor of reconsidering this motion as proposed?
So, Your Worship, is all in one, the reconsideration along with Councillor Kaufman's new ask, so you may want to go through debate first.
Okay, we don't have to vote on reconsideration before we reconsider the motion?
As I said, a one step is better than a two-step in case the reconsideration passes and the ask fails. Then we're nowhere.
All right then. Questions to the mover or administration? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman, for considering moving this up. Was there any discussion with the garden? And is this something they would appreciate? Or, because I know they've got things planned in stages. So I just wanted to make sure that the garden is on side with this.
Thank you, Deputy Chair Carlson. I actually did attempt to contact Ms. Day, but was unfortunately was not able to communicate with her on this matter. I do recognize that the motion says move it to 2022, but you've got a 4-year window in there. For me, it was more of an issue of we are opening the Avuka Center in the summer, this summer, and it's about just getting the whole thing up and running where it's supposed to, what it should be, getting all of that pathway replaced and repaired. So certainly, if the gardens can't do it or doesn't want to do it in 2022, that possibility though exists for 23 or 24 if it's going to be a real challenge for them. Intuitively, I would think this is a get it done sooner rather than later.
Okay, and thank you for that. Part of my my thought process when I saw that it was not being asked for until 2026 was the ability to find other funds to help augment or reduce the cost. So that's my only concern with bringing it too far forward. Is it kind of takes chasing grants or chasing fundraising out of the picture. Is that a concern at all?
Thank you. No, it should not be a concern. It should not be a concern for any of these. I'm assuming if there is a grant or a grant opportunity, somebody's going to identify that and say, hey, Economic SPC or Council has allocated $660,000 for us to do the pathway, but we can actually get a grant that covers 100,000 of that. We shouldn't just look at the money as being, oh, well, we got the money, away we move. If there's a granting opportunity, absolutely. If you would be more comfortable, allocate it to 2023 or 2024 and give the gardens 2 years to do some fundraising for it. But for me, it's just a matter of this has been a conversation since 2010, and it's just we're re-envisioning, reopening, reimagining the gardens with the new interpretive center. Let's get it open, looking the way that it should.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Thank you, Mercer.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman, for bringing this back. I just also think, though, we have passed the master plan or money for the master plan for Nikiyuko, and I don't know if there's anyone on administration who can answer this as a question. I assume I know the answer, but I want to make sure it's asked. In the master plan, I know it's not been done, hasn't even been started, there would be no vision of actually changing the pathways. I imagine that any master plan would be more about the trees and the amenities, not changing the layout of the plan. because if the master plan then said change the pathways, this might actually be moot. I'm assuming we don't have the work yet to know that, but I have to ask it just to be sure.
Maybe I could chime in. It's Doug Hawkins, Belinda. I think given the fact that the master plan is a priority and we get on with that early in this 4-year window, that if there was any indication through that planning exercise that there'd be some modifications to the current locations, that again, in a 4-year window, we'd have adequate time to address those and accommodate those before we'd actually spend money on repaving.
So the trick is how, if we approve this and we move it in, is how to make sure that those two go in the correct order so that the master plan is done before any pathway work is done. And that could be easily accommodated if we change this to the next, or to bring this forward.
I can't imagine that that's a problem. And it would apply the same to any granting opportunity. 4 years gives us plenty adequate time to explore alternative funding if there's anything available before we actually start ripping up and repaving.
Okay. I just want it on the books because I don't want us to go put a pathway in and then rip it back up because, you know, people notice things like that. So thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins.
I have a question, and I wonder if asphalt is the right surface to use, and that's what triggers that is if we wanted to enhance the gardens and really add to it. I think about the replacement project that we did in Henderson Lake, where I think we took up concrete pathways maybe 2 years ago and replaced that with another type of pathway, which looks more attractive. I think it's like bricks set in type of thing. And I wondered if we were going to raise the garden to another level, if there's another type of pathway that we could consider. The concern, of course, would be that asphalt is probably the cheapest way to go. But I wonder how long the asphalt pathways would last, and if we would simply end up having the same problem we have now with the cracks across the asphalt and the messy fixes. So is there another surface that could be used that's a competitive price, or is everything substantially more expensive than asphalt?
There would be an incremental increase in cost to do what we did in Henderson just last year, or within the last couple of years. That is a stamped concrete product, colored product. I think, again, if council wants to set this as an allowance, what we'll do is we'll go evaluate those, because right now the budget was set on the basis of just a straight replacement, asphalt for asphalt. We could reassess the actual cost estimates, and again, based on input from the gardens as to whether or not there is a slightly different style that they're after as well before we actually undertake the work. If at the end of the day, 660,000 is inadequate to deal with that enhancement, we'd come back to council and or seek additional funding before we'd actually commit to the work.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you. Just a question. Pathway, is that strictly inside the gardens, or is there pathways leading out of the gardens as well that it needs to be done?
I believe it's the entry into the gardens, but the majority is within the gates. Yes.
So like the pathway going right out to the parking area. That's and right. Past what will be the new Bunka Center, is that going to be repaired as well?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just because there has been some concerns about the timing of this, and I do understand that it's within a 4-year window. I'm just wondering if I can make a possible amendment to see what the mover would consider it, or committee would consider it. In the first actionable clause, instead of replace it with 2022, replace it with 2023. I think that would just give comfort that we would do the master planning process first, then move on to the fix. Unless folks think that it needs to be done sooner than that, I'll make that amendment. I'll put forward that amendment and see if there's anyone who likes it or not.
I'll ask the mover, first of all, if he would accept that as a friendly amendment. If not, I'll ask for a seconder.
Absolutely. I have no issues with that as an amendment.
Okay, the mover has accepted to replace 2022 with 2023.
Thank you. And I hope everyone understands the intent there. It's just to give comfort.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there any further questions on the reconsideration motion? I see none, so we can move to debate. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Beyond ensuring the comfort of Councillor Carlson, which is always a priority, I think that moving this project into this time period is going to provide for a better experience and a better presentation of our gardens. Again, especially as I say, we are reimagining, re-envisioning. We're doing something different there, and I think it just to me makes absolute sense as opposed to putting it off at least 4 years to 2026. The wisdom of going with 2023, absolutely. I think that that makes absolute sense, and I appreciate that addition to it. So I would ask members of Economic SPC to support the motion.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will fully support the reconsideration motion. Obviously, a big part of the Nikiyuko garden is aesthetics, and to have a crack-filled, broken-up pathway certainly takes away from the aesthetics of the garden. Moving it up to 2023 is a great way to get the garden into the shape we want it in the soonest possible way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Appreciate Councillor Kaufman bringing this forward. Not only did it bring me comfort, but it's the second over-the-wall resolution, and so I'm very pleased to support this.
Okay, thank you. Would any other member of council like to debate? I too will support the reconsideration motion. I'll ask the mover to close.
Oh, Councillor Higgins' hand went up.
Oh, Councillor Higgins, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman. I just in my debate, I would just probably put out there for some comfort to Councillor Carlson. If he wants, I could probably bring a dozen more over the walls, but I don't know if they would be supported. But if you're excited about over the walls, I'd be prepared to do that. But I can't support this particular resolution this time. Administration came forward to us with a 2026. And so obviously they've done some work to get to that number of 2026, and didn't believe it was, I mean, at the time, obviously, needed until that time. So for that reason, I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Question.
Okay, question's been called. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Councillor Miyashiro, are you in favor?
Sorry, sorry, I lost my mouse pointer. I'm in favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Carries 7-1.
Thank you. We'll now go to page 7. And I have another reconsideration motion from Councillor Kaufman. The reconsideration motion is, whereas efforts have been made to incorporate accessibility best practices in new construction or renovation projects, and whereas there is currently no dedicated funding available to implement such improvements in existing facilities. And whereas funding for the past projects has been from various sporadic sources, which has limited what can be accomplished. And whereas dedicated funding will ensure that accessibility improvements can be addressed on a prioritized basis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee, for the below previously approved resolution, reconsider the table of funding years and replace with the revised table of funding years that incorporates the following. Approve 1.1 million over the years 2022 to 2025 for all outstanding work identified as high priority from the accessibility assessment. And approve 1.1 million over the years 26 to 29 for all outstanding work identified as medium and low priority, respectively, from the accessibility assessment. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Members of Economic Standing Policy Committee will recall the conversation, and we all saw the update from Ms. Nightingale talking about the work that's been identified, but unfortunately cannot be completed. What we have agreed upon to date through this process is dedicating $100,000 a year. At that rate and at that pace, we're not going to be providing accessibility to existing facilities to everybody in our community. And this is what this is about. This is about dedicating actual funds in this 4-year window for the work that's identified as high priority, about ways of making our facilities, our structures accessible to the public. It's also about identifying this as being a priority in the next 4 years as well by at least highlighting $1.1 million for the medium and low priority accessibility needs in our facilities. So for me, this is very much about moving the funding forward and embracing that get her done philosophy, creating the opportunity for everybody in our community to access facilities within our community as the high priority would identify, and planning for the long-term, medium, and low priority work in the 4 years after this cycle.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second that. Miyashiro.
Councillor Miyashiro. City Treasurer, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just looking for clarification that this is currently based on the decisions of economic SPC. There's 400 allocated in 2022 to 2025. So would this be an additional 1.1 or a total 1.1 was just a question I was asking to clarify there.
Sorry, Madam Treasurer, I wasn't clear on that. No, it would be a total approval of 1.1 million. So it would be 610,000 more. Does that take me to 1.1 million? Or whatever it takes me, takes us to 1.1 million.
Was it 400,000? From 400,000 to 1.1 million?
So I believe it would be over the 8 years, it would be an additional 1.4 million.
The numbers are based on Ms. Nightingale's response, identifying that there was 1.1 million of high priority, and there was, I believe, 400,000 and 700,000 on low and medium, respectively. So that's where the $1.1 million comes from. And the intent of this is approval of a cap over the first 4 years of $1.1 million and a cap approval of $1.1 million over the years 26 to 29. Does that clarify your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. That's kind of where my line of questioning was going, was just because I'm trying to amend the sheet in my head. So Councillor Kaufman, was it your intent that just dump the entire 1.1 million into 2022, or do it as a, because right now it's even funding every year, and so I was wondering, how did you just want to put 1.1 into 2022 and 1.1 into 2026, knowing that they are 4-year cycles? Or do you want to go 3, 3, 3, 2? You had to choose 1.1. It was a hard one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, do you know what? Again, that's why I say over the years 2022 to 2025. Part of it is just a recognition that because it can flow evenly throughout the 4 years, wherever staff need it in order to make it work, and it could be 400,000 in the first year and 200 the next, and then whatever the last 2 years make. So this is about just allocating it to in the 400 into the 4-year window. If Ms. Pinkson wants to divide 1.1 million by 4, she's welcome to do that. Whatever is going to make it work. It's about having the opportunity for staff to access that $1.1 million to do the high priority accessibility changes that are required.
I think it would just be 275 a year would probably accomplish it. I think in my quick math. Further question. Well, first I'll ask for clarity on that. Madam Treasurer, how would you see this best positioned? Is it putting it all in 2022 fine, or should we split it out over the years?
So depending on the decision of City Council and the term that they want to approve, we typically look inside that window, and if the department needs some flexibility to, you know, as long as they're managing within that approved window, then we aren't as concerned about kind of the year allocation. So I think we would just show on the sheet 275 per year, and if the department needed some flexibility in that can be managed within the approved window.
Perfect. Thank you. Further question through you, Mr. Mayor, to City Manager or Designate. I think when I asked a similar question of why we're only doing 100,000 a year, it was due to staffing capacity, is what I thought the response was. Do we have the capacity if we more than double this outlay of work? Do we have that capacity? Will it get done?
I see Mr. Conrad's here, so I'll look to him. You're on mute, Sam.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Councillor Carlson, thanks for the question. I believe we do have the capacity to undertake that amount of work in that 4-year period of time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm going to do something I know my colleagues do often, rely on a memory that I'm not sure is accurate in this case. When we had the accessibility plan brought forward to us, I believe there was some idea that we could go for grants as well. Is that what I'm actually recalling? Is there a possibility of leveraging this money for more grants so that we could get things done even quicker? Or was that other accessibility that I'm recalling? I'm not sure who can answer that.
Who would like to answer?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Crowson, if there's an opportunity to leverage grants, we're always looking for those options. And so in that instance, if a grant was found and we could do some matching, we would bring the capital project back for a CIP amendment.
So this would be, as all of these, it's an up to, and if we can save money, the money goes back into the pot for other projects, etc.
Or if there's an opportunity to leverage that with matching, then we potentially would come back and see if that's an option as well.
Right. Thank you. That was the question I had. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question for the mover, and I know this has kind of been talked about a little bit here through questions, but if I go back to, and this is back to the page here, we've got down, and this is page 7, just so that I make sure this is correct. Is that right? With 100,000 per year up till 2031. That is the right page. I was trying to scroll down, and when I touched my screen to scroll down, I couldn't very well do that with Ryan's page here. So is that right? This is it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 7.
So so I'm seeing 100,000, so with a total of $1 million up to 2031. Now, I'm seeing 1.1 million from 2022 to 2025, another 1.1 million for 26 to 29 with nothing 3031. So are we taking the $1 million for the 10-year and putting into 8 years but 2.2? Sorry if this has been discussed already, but I'm just a little perplexed on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hagan. No, not a perplexion at all. If you were to extend that that graph or that chart out even further to the right, you'd see 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, because we have $2.2 million worth of work to be accomplished. So at $100,000 a year, that's going to take us quite some time. What is being proposed is in the 10-year window, staff have identified, okay, if we just put $100,000 at it, we'll putter along trying to get as much done as we can. What I'm proposing with this amendment is that we take $1.1 million and put it in the first 4 years to do those high priority accessibility changes that are required. At the same pace at 100, that's going to take us 11 years at what is being proposed here. It will take us 11 years to do that. And then an additional 11 years to do the next at $100,000. So in 22 years, we'll have accomplished this. Or in 8, we'll make our facilities accessible.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Kaufman, because I'm just looking at the sheet I have, and I have a total of $1 million, but didn't realize you're taking it right to 2040, I guess. Now, so that's correct, right? And it just, so there's no difference in funding, it's just when it's allocated.
Yes, instead of annual chunks of $100,000, this is, let's do the work.
Okay, so a question I have for administration. So this is over a, currently you have $100,000 and it's going to go over 20 years, for example. So if you have the $100,000, we get 10 years out. I'm thinking, seeing some of the accessibility concerns that we've got, that these could come up 4 or 5 years. You know, we look at 2026, and something that was done in 2022 could very well be on the list again as something that needs work done. Are we going to forget about that? Because if we're not going to go back, and if we're just funding everything through these 2 periods, 20 years, we're obviously going to have additional work later that's going to be needed to be completed, but we won't have funding for that unless obviously a future council comes in and does that. But currently right now, the way it sits, we're doing it every year and it's just kind of upkeep and maintenance. But I'm just concerned that if project A is completed and in 5 years, because it was used a lot more than project B, it's going to need to go back and be fixed again. But will we not visit that because we're on this agenda to finish now the medium and low priority? Hopefully that made sense, Sam. I don't know if you can answer that or if I need clarification.
Councillor Hagan, I'm not sure if I completely understand your question, but yes, but I'll give you an example of what one of the projects might be, and that might help answer your question. I'm not sure, but usually one of the higher priority items that's identified is power door operators. So we would undertake that work to, replace the front doors of a facility with some power door operators, and then that would be just an item that we maintain through our regular life cycle from this point forward. Not sure if that answers your question.
You hit it out of the park, Sam. Thank you very much. So it would go to life cycle after that, and not a capital project from that point forward.
That's correct.
Excellent. Answered it perfectly. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other questions from council? Okay, we'll move to debate. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think I've opened in my explanation.
Okay, thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, I will absolutely be supporting this. We've been talking this week about, we need to have more space for people to enjoy this activity or this activity. There are some people in our community who have difficulty enjoying any activity because of the accessibility of our buildings and of our facilities. And they have been left out of a lot of the things that we have going on in our community. And though we are slowly working on this, for somebody who hasn't been able to access some of these places, slowly working on this may not be good enough. And doing this much more quickly, getting this done, and making sure people know that these places are then accessible for them, that they can use them and be part of the community in all these ways is absolutely vital. I thank Councillor Kaufman for bringing this forward, and I will wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as we all know, in our strategic plan, we talk about livable communities and compassionate community, and this definitely addresses that. And I thank Councillor Kaufman for bringing this forward. I think it's integral in our just in life to get this done. So I will be supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Kaufman. This is a fantastic over-the-wall resolution that has come in today, and I can't thank you enough because I think this is fantastic. What I see this doing is Councillor, Acting Mayor Crozan has indicated, is that we've got projects that we've approved here this week that the SPC has approved, and this would help administration be able to spend the funding correctly and making these going forward. And I know most of them, anything that we do now is usually accessible, and that's kind of what we're supposed to be doing. But I still think that's going to help with these projects going forward that have been previously approved, and to get everybody, make it a livable community where everybody can enjoy. I think this is fantastic. I appreciate the clarifications from my colleagues and staff about this 1.1 and how that worked over the 20 years. Thank you very much for that, and I will wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said and thank the mover for bringing this forward. I fully support this.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? I too thank Councillor Kaufman for bringing forward. I think we have to always be aware of all citizens in our city and make sure that we're doing the best we can for each of them. So I too will support this resolution. Thank you. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Mayor Spearman, I think Councillor Carlson's hand was up.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I was just going to add my thanks. It's been said enough. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Parker. Okay, Councillor Kaufman to close.
I didn't have my hand up, did I, Mr. Mayor?
No, everybody else had spoken, so I just wondered if you had wanted to.
Well, I was to jump on. Thanks, Jeff. That's a good idea. I'm surprised we didn't support this the original time it came around, so I'm glad it came around for reconsideration. I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And thank you, members of Economic SPCs, for your support in this. We use the phrase over the wall. Not everybody in our community can get over a wall. And so doing something like this actually takes one of these forever programs to be completed. And it really is about providing that opportunity for everybody in our community to be able to engage everywhere in the facilities that we've created, that we've developed, that we've presented for the community. And I just would ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Call the question.
Question's been called. Is anyone opposed? I hear none. Okay, that is unanimous. And that comes to the end of the business. Do we need a resolution to refer this to City Council?
Yes, because we did have it for the section C and E and F, but we didn't have it for D, so.
Okay. Councillor Carlson, seconded by myself, that we refer the section D deliberations and decisions to Lethbridge City Council for consideration at the meeting, City Council meeting of May 18th. Tuesday, May 18th.
Thank you, Mayor Sturman. Just to be 100% clear, we already did refer section C, E, F, and the 3, 4. We have already referred those because I thought we would just.
Sorry, Councillor Vice Chair Carlson. It was in the motion that it would be forwarded to the May 18th meeting of council.
And thank you. I'm just wondering if we should just have a resolution that we, just so the entire CIP is forwarded as one. So we're not voting on it in sections, but perhaps that's moot. Perhaps this takes care of that.
I believe it does, but I stand to be corrected.
As long as that's clear that we, the entire CIP is now going forward to City Council at our next meeting.
I believe the report would go, yes, because it's part of the Economic Standing Policy Committee and what you're deliberating, but the recommendations would be what would be in front of council. Now, the other reports were only received for information. I'm assuming they're staying at the economic and not being forwarded to council. The other reports in the agenda. And I may have to look to the city treasurer for that.
Mayor Spearman, yes, I would suggest it's just the CIP that needs to be forwarded to council.
Maybe just a motion to forward the entire item 5.6 to the May 18th council meeting. That would be safe.
I think that's what I'd prefer to see, Your Worship.
Okay.
Because we've made the amendments to the entire, I guess it was 5.6, the entire CIP as we went along. And now I think it's incumbent on us as economic SPC to forward the entire CIP to council for their consideration.
So Ryan, it would be forward, not refer. Thank you.
Great. Change the spelling on resolved, Ryan.
Resolved. And I hate to be semantics, but is it improvement program CIP as amended?
It is.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you for that.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. Just before we vote on this, if we could see the sheet again, just so we all know for sure what we're actually forwarding.
Smart.
Mayor Spearman and Economic SPC, based on the decisions that Economic have made this week, there's currently 21,141,000 left in unallocated in the first 4-year window, and property tax impact of 0.26% per year for 4 years and starting in 2023.
A quarter of 1% over per year over 4 years. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and as we've said, the 21,141 is in addition to the 10 million we previously set aside.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for raising the 21 and the previous 10. We don't need any resolution around those dollars. They just stay in the funding envelope and will be used accordingly as projects are proposed. Is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Excellent, thank you. So that's awesome.
Okay, with that, if there's no further questions, we could now vote on the resolution. If we can. Councillor Hagan?
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, I just do have one question here. Over the past week, we've heard that a majority of this funding is grant funding. So what percentage would be taxation on this total unrestricted funding that we have? Do we know that number? We've heard that, you know, it's grant funding majority, and that's why I think a comment came earlier that we could not put this towards taxation for that reason. But does that mean all of it is grant funding? I thought there was a lot that was taxation as well, and it was matching. So maybe to the city treasurer.
Mayor Spearman, I just need a moment to do the calculation, but it's essentially the pay-as-you-go community portion. So at the beginning of the week, when it started with the available of 75 million, that includes approximately 3 million per year. So that would be 12 million. Sorry, I'm doing quick math here. Approximately 16% of the total available would be pay-as-you-go community, which is funding that is supported through taxation.
So about 16 million. So just to
sorry, that was 16% of the 74 million. It's roughly $12 million.
Okay, so $12 million. So $12 million. Question I have then: we could standing policy or the Economic Standing Policy Committee could take the $12 million, and that we still have available here by the looks of what it is that's going to council, and could apply that to taxation as a credit back, because that is not grant funded, that is actually pay as you go, etc. Right?
If council wanted to, or economic wanted to reduce the pay-as-you-go program, that is approximately $3 million per year ongoing, then that's certainly up to the decision of economic and council. But it would be $3 million per year. That would be the proposed reduction, because it's not a total of 12 that you could.
So
reduce.
3 per year over a 4 year, so 12 million total, but over a 4 year period.
If council wanted to reduce the pay-as-you-go community program, the capacity within that is $3 million ongoing
per year. Thank you.
Anything further? Are we ready for the resolution? Acting Mayor Crowson, did you have another question?
No, thank you. It was answered.
Councillor Carlson, did you have another question?
I think I'm good, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can go back to the resolution. Okay, are you ready for the question?
Mayor Spearman, just before we either debate or vote, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank members of Economic SPC and administration and our community for all the work that's gone into this. Yes, it was a long and sometimes rough 5 days, but this has been a process. I think the last notes I had, we started talking about our CIP May of 2019. And off and on since then. Obviously, it hasn't been a daily event, but the work that's gone into this has been immense. And through this week, we've thrown lots of curves at the community, asking them questions, asking them to refine numbers. We've also thrown so many curves and questions at our administration. We've asked them to do things differently. We've asked them to adjust on the fly. And so I really can't thank all of you, members of the committee, for your time, your patience, your thoughtfulness, and passion. But I also have to thank our administration and the community for the work they've done on this as well. So I'll call that my opening, and it's basically just a thanks, everyone. You're awesome. Nice work.
Okay. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank council, at least the SPC, and certainly echo your thoughts. Thank everyone for the work that was done to help inform and prepare council for the discussions this week. Thank you, and for having everyone available to answer questions. So thank you.
Worship, the city treasurer has just alerted me that the motion needs to be changed, so I'll have her speak to it.
Okay. Ms. Pinkson, go ahead.
You have to start again.
No, we don't. Mayor Spearman through economic. Just needed to, at the beginning of the week, there was, in the omnibus motion, there was, is it in there? So are we okay with that in the omnibus motion? I just wasn't clear, sorry.
Thank you. I think this makes sense, Ms. Pinkson. If I can remind members of the committee, all the projects were presented to try and compare apples to apples. They were all presented in 2022 dollars. Some of them are taking place in different years. Economic committee has moved some of those around. Administration has moved some of those around. So this will allow for those to be matched by the year and to account for the dollars inflation-wise. Is that correct, Ms. Pinkson?
Correct.
Thank you. So that's all this is saying, is that since things have moved around into different years, we need to get some hard and fast numbers, which unfortunately might cut into that 21, but we'll see.
I believe these two bullets were in every Section D unfunded motion at the very beginning. So, but we can add them here just for extra assurance if you like.
And further question, if I can, Ms. Pinkson, was it only Section D that was in 2022 dollars, or does the entire CIP have to be?
That's correct. It's just for Section D, Councillor Carlson. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so procedurally, Councillor Carlson, you accept the changes as proposed by the city clerk, adding the bullets 1 and 2?
Unless there's any member of council who is in disagreement, I'm hoping it's just friendly.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the treasurer, so for sections C, E, and F, there is an inflation added to projects in years 23, 24, and 25.
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Kaufman, that's correct. So because there was a funding strategy proposed with those sections, those are in inflated dollars. With Section D, we just left all of the dollars in 2022 for discussion, and then will be adjusted depending on the timing for the final CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Published document, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Treasurer. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, so we now have the resolution on the screen. Be it
I
resolved.
believe there's a question from Councillor Hagan. Sorry.
Councillor Hagan?
Sorry, it's just a general question, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Carlson. I'm just wondering, so these adjusted sheets that we'll be getting for our CIP, the discussions for the week, when will we have those to be looked at prior to our Tuesday meeting? Do we have a timeline that we could get that those adjusted sheets to what has been approved by the Economic Standing Policy Committee this past week?
No, that document will take us some time to pull together, so we could give a summary of the projects that have been in discussion and how much is approved in the first 4-year window. But the final document will take us several weeks to pull all that information together.
Okay, because I was just curious to know as I go through here and I'm looking at what's been approved, and I've kind of frantically been jotting down, but I would not have that information till after the vote. Then I'm taking it, correct?
Well, that we can print off the summary of the decisions that have been made that impact the first 4-year window to provide council with that information, which is all the decisions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee forward item 5.6, the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program CIP budget as amended to the May 18th, 2021 meeting of City Council, and recommend City Council 1, allocate the projects within the assigned capital improvement plan cycles to match revenue available by year, Section D, and adjust project cost and revenues for inflation, Section D. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Smirnoff. I've already opened.
Okay. Any debate from council?
There's none. I'll finish with again, just reiterate, thank you, and call for the vote.
Okay, thank you. We have a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
And Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
7-1.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. Motion.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Meet you at the
Don't we have to
escalator.
need a motion?
Thank you,
The
everybody.
lunch counter at Woolworths.
Eaton's.
At least you're
Enjoy the
promoting
weekend,
businesses
everyone.
that don't exist anymore.
I thought that was fair. Hey, thanks everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks
Safe
everyone.
travels, Jeffrey.
Yes, see you all next week.
Take care. Have a good weekend, everybody.